The litany of deployment has been made, brother. Forward to victory. No mercy, no respite! My faith is my shield! No mercy, no respite! My faith is my shield! My faith is my shield! No mercy, no respite! The litany of deployment has been made, brother. Carry the Emperor's will as your torch. Feel the might of the righteous. Forward to victory. Feel the might of the righteous. Forward to victory. Forward to victory. Feel the might of the righteous. The litany of deployment has been made, brother. My faith is my shield. No mercy, no respite. The litany of deployment has been made, brother. No mercy, no respite! Feel the might of the righteous! Carry the Emperor's will as your torch! My faith is my shield!
Oh, that's why I wasn't being heard.
And there's some... Yep. Oh, working now. Hey there, guys.
I have a USB headset, so I had myself manually muted through a switch.
You had a switch. Okay. Actually, my filter locking out. Let me deal with that really quick. Hey boys, thanks so much for following. I don't even know how to even begin. The follow train is real.
It is so real. Just started as soon as you launched and just kept going.
Yeah. So I just before we like actually get started into this this podcast, I just wanted to give you guys a chance to put some ideas of like what do you guys like want to talk about, right? Like I have the state of 40k as one of our talking things, the metagame, Alpha League. Is there anything that you guys want to specifically talk about? Want to add into that?
I'm honestly not sure. Discussing the metagame right now is kind of difficult.
Yeah. What about you, Rover? You got any you want to add on to this?
Can you hear me okay? It's my first question.
Yeah, I can. Let me bring you up a little bit.
I'm just moving close to them down right now.
Yeah. Okay, and so, and then here's Flowsun.
Oh, if we're gonna talk about metagame, I should get a part one result.
It's from Trevi's tournament.
Do any of y'all have any of that stuff from Trevi's?
I don't watch Trevi.
Because I know what I discussed a few weeks back, and all of that with him, that adds a little bit of new information to the pool.
Okay. All right. So I mean, and I'll give Flowsun a chance. Flowsun, I've got a few topics here that we're going to be talking about. The state of 40k, metagaming, and Alpha League. Is there anything that you would want to add in there to discuss?
We do have Birdman850 asking, is it just him, or is everyone else a bit quieter than the person streaming?
Yeah, the audio levels are kind of... That's going to be an issue with... Hang on, I got a solution for that. All right. You guys want to see if that worked any?
Audio check. Chat, can you hear me?
Still really quiet. I got an idea. Sorry, guys. Bear with us. Okay, this should be that should be fixed.
Audio check. Celine here. Can y'all hear me?
Is that better, chat?
Check, check.
Much better. Okay.
Progress.
All right, so yeah, so we'll go ahead and get into, since everybody's here, and I know that you guys don't want to be in here forever and all that good stuff. And just so chat knows, here's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be doing a little bit of a podcast. We're going to have some discussions, right? We're going to be talking about some things. All right, and then I'm going to move this into a little project that I want to get you guys involved in. We're going to be doing some list crafting for starter games, and then we're gonna, if we have some time left over, we'll have a learning game. We'll find someone who's new, and then we'll do a teaching game. Does that sound good to you guys?
Seems fine to me.
Fantastic.
All right, sweet. Let's go.
Do you want everyone to introduce themselves?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you guys want to go ahead and do the intros for yourselves, we'll start off from the top and going down.
Hey guys, my name's Alvor. I've been on the server for a couple of years now. Took part in a competitive event such as Alpha on here, and I am now the tournament organizer for Alpha League Season 5.
Absolutely.
All right, keeping it short and sweet. I go by Flowsum. My name's Ian Turner. I work in the, or sort of play in the Northeastern Canadian meta here in terms of real life play, but just joined TTS sort of with quarantine last season in Alpha League. Really enjoyed it, and looking to start commentating some games and get people excited about watching some games on Twitch.
Sweet. And then you can introduce yourself, Nuri.
Hello, Celine Stardragon. I'm a Warhammer streamer. I've been in and out of playing competitive, but you know, I do try to keep up with things and how things changes, rules, interactions, and such as that.
Yep. And I will introduce myself. I'm Malice. I'm the server owner and / resident Nazi. Sorry, guys. I'm going to be kind of directing this stream here today. All right, so okay, let's go ahead and talk about the state of 40k. Let's talk about 9th edition.
The durability edition.
The state of 9th edition.
Yes.
The 9th edition, I would describe it as slowly growing on people.
I'm going to say this, I absolutely love it. So far, every game I've played has been different, interesting. We're seeing a lot of units that you would not have really seen in 8th edition coming out the woodwork, which is absolutely fantastic. And I'm really excited for what GW has in store for future plans and stuff, but so far it's been great.
Like that orc Speed Freaks list I brought up a few weeks back.
Yeah, and as somebody who's come around dramatically to 9th edition from my initial evaluation, I guess I would ask everybody else, what was your initial outlook when you first read this rule set, when you first saw the smaller board, when you first saw the secondaries? What was your gut feeling?
I'm a Custode player, 12 CP for a strike force on a smaller board when I mostly run infantry anyway. I was in love at first sight.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. So, I mean, you guys have been playing more games than I have. And so, what do you guys think, coming from 8th edition, do you think that the rule changes were very impactful? Like, how different is 8th edition from 9th?
I'm going to put this one out there on chat. I want to hear from them too, if they agree with me. Half-inch melee range has really changed how you move and pull into melee.
I think the biggest thing for me has been the points changes. I think towards the end of 8th edition we got a lot of stagnance in terms of the meta and what people are running in tournaments. And the points changes have made a huge difference, as too has the way detachments now work, as well as to what you are able to bring in a list. So that's been like the biggest change to me. I know a lot of people do not like the new points changes, and the response from GW has been like, wait and see, this isn't like the final card, so to speak. There's going to be a lot of changes with codexes and stuff, but I actually prefer the fact that it is a small game. It actually takes less time to play because, like someone was saying, the board's smaller as well. So the board's smaller, your army's smaller, you're having to move out onto objectives to score points. You can't just sit in the backfield and win. That's like not possible anymore. So I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. You know, as somebody who has I play Dark Angels predominantly, and there's two dramatically different play styles with them. You know, sit back, gun line, go forward, get in your face, and the tendency to sit back has been completely superseded by all of the different secondaries in 9th edition, particularly in the Grand Tournament pack, and it really makes you get out into the middle of the board, hold the board. Killing is not nearly as important, and there's a lot of people who debate that. You know, there's some lists that are, and I've even been coached this recently, that killing is still as important, especially if you get your opponent off objectives and off the board turn 2 or turn 3. But you know, especially in my games against Erever, where resiliency and durability is kind of remaining champ, I gotta say, durability, board control, resiliency, it's completely different than 8th, where it was sort of a game of how fast can you shoot your opponent off the board.
It also helps with the new amounts of terrain that is suggested to be on boards.
Yeah, you're no longer having a debate about that.
That's really the terrain changes are huge. Like the way obscuring now works, it's so nice that GW put something like that into their terrain design when that didn't exist before, and it was just a case of an ITC ruling for ground floor ruins to be line of sight blocking. So you're either getting like nice like line of sight obscuring terrain, and you're getting the effects of dense cover as well. So like the -1 to hit. So if you're in or behind it, it makes a huge difference. To the way that you would play what I dub a GW mission, because before neither of those things existed in 8th edition.
This is true, and didn't I hear that the people from ITC helped write the Endless War and the Grand Tournament pack?
Yeah.
Them and one of the head judges from Nova, who I believe is named Brad or Brian. I should know that. But so yeah, there was quite a bit of community input and sort of tournament input to the overall rule set, and you know, I'm really excited to see where the new codexes go, and I think we're kind of seeing a lot of that already with the leaks that have come out with the Space Marine chapters for +1 to hit. Because let's face it, you can't stack more than -1 to hit right now, and as a result, I think that factions that have an additional -1 to hit, like Eldar, are really going to be relying on negating other factions +1 to hit. I think that's going to be a big thing moving forward. I think there's going to be a lot of +1s, +2, or +1s to hit going around, and that's just another thing that in 8th wouldn't have been as big a deal. You didn't see it as much, and is now coming in because, as Erever pointed out, the -1 to hit dense cover is huge.
I mean, we no longer have the suicide by solitaire.
That interesting to mention the solitaire, because I play a bit of Harlequins. I dabble with the
Get out of here.
And I honestly, I mean, people love to disagree with me here, but I don't think the solitaire is like the greatest thing to have in the list anymore, because of the way Lookout Sir now works, and either goes in and he'll kill a unit, or he'll just bounce and then die. And if your opponent's got something like Assassinate on their secondary, then yeah, you're giving up points for it.
Well, it didn't seem to matter the other night, did it?
Now I have a question, because I actually haven't played any of the Grand Tournament maps or any of those game modes. I've been playing like a really souped down. Anyway, do you guys use the terrain special rules in the Grand Tournament maps?
Yes. So the terrain special rules that are in the core rulebook apply to the GT mission pack.
Okay, and so obviously okay. So you guys play with the special terrain rules. I gotta ask for you guys' input on that. What do you guys think about the new terrain rules? Is it very impactful? What are your thoughts on those?
The new terrain rules are big, obscuring dense cover. The way light cover works now. They added the rare rules section, so things are clarified. Like, this counts as cover. What does that mean?
Yeah, the starting to define a lot of the interactions that were clarified with FAQs or clarified with ITC specific rules previously. But as we were pointing out previously, the fact that ITC and other people have started to weigh in on these new terrain rules, it's absolutely fantastic. Obscuring it creates a living battlefield where when you enter a piece of terrain, it's as if your squad is occupying that building. They've garrisoned that building. They can be shot at in that building, and so they can shoot back. But if you're not touching that building, it's as if you have hidden behind it, and so should it be, because if there's 4 or 5 rooms in a building, and none of us in the podcast right now are occupying any of those rooms, if we are behind that building, we shouldn't be able to get clipped off the table. That's crazy. So it's just added so much. And I mean, for those of you at home who have really put a lot of work into a beautiful battlefield, and that's the part of the hobby that you enjoy, you put a lot of time into making your battlefield, you're going to be rewarded for that finally. You can actually put some relevance to those trees that you painstakingly put together from the various terrain model sets or what have you. So yeah, I think it's fantastic.
The one keyword I'm most excited about with like terrain right now, which a lot of people are getting their head around, and this is what I mean. They've kind of taken the way you play with terrain to that really high level, and using a good general is going to use all the effects of the terrain on the board. And one of the most interesting keywords for me is defense line, which can do 2 things. It can either give you a +1 to hit in melee, or you can overwatch on a 5+, and it's something that people are starting to get to grips with now as well, and it's turning out the games that I've used that. It's a really powerful ability.
Yeah, like you all of a sudden put a bunch of assault intercessors or anybody else who's naturally hitting on 3s up to 2s. It's unbelievable.
Funny you bring up Marines, because I was also thinking of another rule that has an interesting interaction. Heavy cover. It says units in melee there, unless they have been charged, receive the benefits of cover. So an assault intercessor charging into heavy cover, if I understand the rule right, would get cover if they don't outright slaughter the enemy unit.
Right, because the charge status of that particular unit disappears once their turn is over. I would assume, and that's we're getting something in the chat here.
They switched it around in the last FAQ. I'll go dig that up really quick and read it out.
So with you guys mentioned
the charge.
You guys mentioned that, and I think I'm also on the same boat. I like the new terrain rules and stuff like that. Whenever I remember that they're applying to the terrain, but that's not an issue at all. But so like, what are the more interesting terrain features then? Is there like kind of like, something that's really really interesting? I know that there was a mention of ruins and buildings.
Yeah, so runes have the obscuring trait. So basically, if you are not touching them, and that has now been clarified that you have to be within. So if you're in, like these runes that you've got like right now are a prime example, because they have no floor upon them. They are there. So what will count as within is if you have a model touching the wall essentially, and then it would have true line of sight through the windows to other models that will be on the battlefield. They've also clarified that true line of sight does apply now as well in one of the latest FAQs. So you can't just have a guy touching the wall but not actually able to see anything and be able to shoot something across the board. You do have to actually be able to see. But that then means that the opponent can then see that model if they can draw line of sight to it as well. Whereas if you're not touching that wall or that floor, that some runes do have floors, then you are invisible. You cannot be seen.
So yeah, so basically, you know, something that's really, like, if we were to suggest terrain features and terrain traits to newbies so that they can have the most enjoyable experience, like, what would you guys suggest? Like, what terrain features and traits would you guys suggest on that?
Well, we actually had, this was something me and Pixie were talking about. We needed maps for Alpha League, obviously, and we wanted to create a map pool as well. We didn't want the same map to be used for like 5 games in a row for people. Creates variety because there is a lot of terrain sort of features out there. What I suggest, guys, is try to use quite a lot of terrain and try to go for a lot of the sort of more interesting effects of that terrain. You definitely want some ruins for line of sight purposes, so you can't be seen. And then, if say for instance you've got like a plague breast crawler, you can have it behind the ruin, out of line of sight, and turn 1 you can just move it right up to that edge, so it is touching it, and then it's able to shoot across the battlefield. So it's safe for that sort of like turn 1. And that applies to any vehicle or any sort of like heavy infantry you might be bringing along. Forests are great because of the dens, giving you like -1 to hit, so you can have a unit behind that or within it to then take a -1 to hit if the enemy targets them, which is fantastic. Bear in mind though that you do also take a -2 on your movement unless you have the fly keyword. Coders also got a lot better in 9th as well because they slow movement, and I believe they give you light cover. And barricades also got a lot more interesting as well because they do count as a defense line. So a variety of terrain, that's what we try to go for with the alpha maps, making it as fair as possible. The other interesting debate right now is because you do roll off for attacker and defender, making like one deployment zone have a slight bit of an advantage, and I'm not talking like one side has like massive amounts of terrain and there's hardly anything on the other. It might be something as simple as a few crates on one deployment zone, and the other side simply just doesn't have them. So that someone's actually getting something for that roll-off, because otherwise it kind of becomes like a bit of a moot point if the board is completely symmetrical. So yeah, you can get very creative with terrain. I've seen boards that have been complete gantries, because don't forget all those like I think it's the Dex Mechanicum set, or like the gantries and everything. They're actually, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe they count as having the obscuring word for them. So if you were like behind and under one of those pieces, you do get the obscuring trait, which makes them a very interesting terrain piece.
Yeah, I think the only one, and that's probably my laundry list there, Erevar, honestly. You covered all of the ones that I highlight, but I really do say that, I must say that there is one that you've left out, and I think you left it out because both of us hate it so much. But you got to use it, and that is difficult ground. It's it's terrible. It's -2 unless you have fly to your movement, and that exists in the charge phase. That exists in the movement phase. Difficult ground is simulating, the idea of going through a crater you have to foot slog through because it's all muddy and new, or going through forests that might tangle your boots up, things like that. It really gives the idea of a living board, and it's absolutely fantastic. But it honestly is super frustrating, and it makes you think very tactically about your charge lanes and things like that. -2 to a charge is absolutely brutal, and it can make units, for instance, inaccessible by your opponent because you put difficult ground between you and them. And you can see crater right there, difficult ground, right? So in the stream right now, if you're looking and you take a look at that crater, if you were to strategically place yourself, for instance, behind that crater, and had a very influential unit there, and you didn't have enough screening units to actually protect that unit, you could put it behind the crater and say, okay, I at least can screen the left and the right side. And if the person does come at me from the crater side, they're going to take that -2. So although it's not safe, you are removing and mitigating some of that threat. And that's really, in 9th edition, that's the theme. That's all you can do. The board is so small, there is no surefire bet anymore. And then just saw a question in the chat. What's the point of having terrain on the edges? Should the terrain be more in the middle so you can use it, specifically obscuring? Sure. I think Malice is just building a sort of a decorative board right now for us to kind of take a look at. But yeah, obscuring, definitely has more of a use in the middle, sure. But keep in mind, definitely you don't want to make this board the same as what you saw in 8th edition. Putting 2 big obscuring L's in the center is going to create a pretty one-dimensional game. So for sure you want your obscuring more towards the center of the board so you can use it, but be aware you don't want to put massive walls having your board in 2 like you did in 8th edition. Otherwise, there will be no firing lanes.
Adding to that, light cover exists. So in case there is a firing lane you can't fully hide everything, there are places you can put units to at least receive a little bit of protection. Light cover, dense cover.
Whereas previously in 8th edition, we were playing this sort of, okay, we're going to run from piece of terrain that has 2 floors to piece of terrain that has 2 floors. We're all going to house rule that you can't see through that terrain. And the game became very much about covering those specific firing lanes. As just pointed out, maybe you can get that light cover trait, get that +1 to your cover save. That's 16% better chance on a 6-sided die. Come on, he's not going to take those odds. Come on.
And also on a topic you mentioned earlier, here's another one that adds to the idea of a living board: exposed position.
Oh. So we are up on the top. Now let's see, can we get, if we go over to, well, that's unstable position. So you can't start or end the movement on top of the terrain there. Do we have an exposed position piece here?
Do you have an exposed position? I know in the core rulebook, the hills are suggested to have exposed position and such, where you can't receive cover if you're on top of them.
Yeah, so you don't receive the benefits of cover while on top of the terrain feature, but you can if you're behind, right? So still playing around with whatever you and your friends decide to house rule those terrain features as being, because you can still get the benefits of cover from being behind it. You could maybe say that those Promethean pipes are obscuring for infantry only. That's an interesting house rule you could do for something like a crusade campaign, where you can modify rules and get outside of that competitive mindset and get in more of a mindset of telling a story, being narrative. So the terrain traits are fantastic for competitive play. They are definitely adding a new depth to the, as the rover pointed out, especially the unit selections. But they're also fantastic for that narrative play, because you can make the board feel like it's a living battlefield, something is happening with the terrain, rather than it's simply sitting there for the purpose of creating a firing lane.
I'm just looking at a couple of questions in the chat here. The point of having terrain on the edges. So terrain on the edges does one thing, and it's very important, and we actually have a couple of maps in our league that do have terrain pieces on the edges. If your opponent's running a heavy mech list, such as like 6 Eldar grab tanks, or like 3 Playburst crawlers and 2 defilers, something like that, it means that they have to think about where they're positioning those vehicles a bit more. So if you have something like a gantry or a rune in the corner, sure they can put it there, but they're probably not moving it. So it's designed to make the player sort of think more about their deployment of those sorts of units. So that's why terrain exists on the edges. And what Clutter was saying, yes, I saw that when Brian was saying about terrain. If you're 100% sure you want to go first on the table, you don't have enough terrain. Exactly, like going first has its advantages and disadvantages. And what you kind of want to do, and this is where like clever deployment comes in, like on the board, you want to discourage your opponent from taking first turn as best you can. You kind of almost want them to sort of come to you as opposed to taking the first, which is a very different ethos from like 8th edition, where you always wanted to go first. There was like virtually no reason not to go first in 8th edition, I don't think. No, there's not a good, maybe against certain matchups in like ITC, but other than that, there was virtually like no reason not to take first turn.
And so,
Play a little devil's advocate on that. There is also the way scoring works in 9th now, where there's no real advantage to taking second. So even then, most people will want first turn.
and yeah, as Clutter pointed out in the chat, second was better, and because you could shoot opponents off objectives. You definitely have to look at some of the secondary choices that you're taking as well in terms of going first and second, and your goal of your army, because perceivably in 9th, of course, going first seems to be better because you don't know who's going first, and presumably most people are going to deploy a little defensively, and if you get first, well, then you can get into those firing lines and maybe pick off one of their really influential units. But if you have an army, for instance, that needs to stick around until the top of your next phase to do an action, or you have an army that needs to complete a mental interrogation that's within 18 inches, or you have an army that likes to score engage on all fronts. These are all secondaries in the competitive mindset that, if you keep those in mind, you may actually find that you may want to go second. The guy who I consider to be sort of my coach and longtime mentor, since the start of 9th, has deliberately gone second because he believes that there was a perceivable bias towards going first. And if the entire world is going to zig and believe that going first is best, he is the level of player where he's going to zag and go, I'm going to figure out why going second is best. And if it's not good, I'm going to figure out how to at least play it. Because frankly, 50-50 of the time, at least you're going second, right? So take a look at your army composition.
Unless you're me, then it's 100% of the time you're going second. Because I've been rolling bad on that.
I got given a very interesting statistic the other day by Curie, because a lot of people have this sort of notion that if you go first in 9th, you auto-win. And this was the data collected from a recent tournament. And we're going to be doing a similar thing in Alpha, actually. And the statistics that came through on the players that took first turn winning were 51%.
Oh!
Yeah. A really, really interesting statistic that came out there. And we're going to be doing the same in Alpha League. We're going to be tracking, like, does first turn matter, like, as much as people have been talking about, like, on the internet.
Yeah.
Coming out with bold that first turn is auto win in 9th. So it'll be interesting to
we'll get into Alpha League here in just a second. All right, so it's really interesting on that. So what about the metagame, guys? I guess we can go ahead and start talking about points and stuff like that. What are you guys feeling on the meta?
I mean, I'll
Custode, Marines, Orc Speed Freaks, Harlequins, Thousand Suns and Death Guard, probably. Thousand Suns is iffy, but definitely Death Guard.
Death Guard.
And Elder and Dark Horse.
And on Marines specifically, I think White Scars have really shot up.
Wait,
Yeah, because there's points drops or no points changes in particular key units that at the competitive level are being, I don't want to say abused, but definitely overused. Space Marine bikers in general didn't go up relative to other units that much, and the Outriders are going to be fantastic when they get larger unit sizes or when they get chapter specific rules, things like that, chapter specific stratagems. But realistically, from a Marine perspective, the durability is definitely still champion. So of course, when 9th edition first dropped, everybody looked at the 50-50 save of the wonderful Impulsor, which has been rumored perhaps to be going to a 5-up rather than a 4-up invulnerable.
The Impulsor on a 4-up is bull. I played a double Paladin Bomb against a Space Wolf list. I had some, smash characters that entirely bounced off of Impulsors because of that 4-up.
So there was a community article that was released that did have the quote, and the Impulsor will be extra durable when you arm it with its shield dome, giving you a formidable 5-up invulnerable save. And of course the world imploded because it's either a misclick from the community team, probable, or a nerf on the rule, equally as probable. So
honestly, I would be fine with it staying a 4-up, but make it like Void Shields or Ion Shields, where it doesn't work against melee, because it's a dome. You get these people running in through the dome and smacking it. The shield shouldn't be there.
Well, our resident updater with Clutter, who's basically Clutter should just be sort of our upcoming news reporter, catching the FAQ, and then also catching that the community team edited it back to a 4-up. So in the theme of Space Marines durability, things like Impulsors, the Iron Hands list with the Master Apothecary is definitely still there. The Tempest Landspeeder not going up very much in points, and 9th edition having a smaller board. We've seen that a lot with Salamanders lists. Eradicators obviously being very good with Salamanders being able to do the single reroll on the hit and wound. So again, with Marines, when everybody listed off the factions at the start that are doing well, Death Guard. With Marines, it's, to me, almost where can you get on the board? How quickly can you get there? And once you're there, what kind of invulnerable saves do you have? Those, to me, seem to be the relevant questions from a competitive meta standpoint, but I'll let everybody else weigh in on that as well.
I mean, I can only really talk about the factions I play, because it'd be unfair for me to talk about anything else, like meta-wise, because I simply don't know enough. And first, you don't know, I'm a big Eldari lover. Have been since way back in 5th edition. Harlequins right now are probably the strongest standalone Eldari faction, because they have the maneuverability to get around the board. They benefit so much from the new terrain rules, like obscuring. They ignore dense, they ignore because all of them fly pretty much. So you've got that going for you. There's a lot of tricks in your tool set with the new stratagems from Psychic Awakening that mean that you can use those to great effect in any game that you play. One of my favorite being Strike and Fade. So 2 command points to hit something and then fall back 16 inches with the Skyweavers, which is absolutely fantastic. So right now, Harlequins are in a really strong spot. I've just watched the final of a tournament of Harlequins versus Space Wolves. Unfortunately, the Harlequins did lose that one, and Space Wolves won, but it was still a great show of how to use that army. This was Tactical Forces Invitational, and it was a great show of how to use the tools in that toolbox of the Harlequins Codex and PA. The guy that played them is Lima. I believe he's from Poland, and he played them absolutely fantastically in every game that he played. So definitely go check him out. in some games. He played really, really well. I'd say second, like Eldar meta-wise, is Craftworlds. Someone once said that Craftworlds Eldar has the strongest codex in standalone codex in 8th edition until Codex Space Marines 2.0 came out, and that still kind of rings true going into 9th. They still have a very powerful codex, especially with PA as well. Bear in mind, guys, with Eldar, you are the only, well, one of the only 3 or 4 armies that I can think of where your vehicles still get a cover save from the custom Craftworld trait, which is huge because vehicles just do not get a cover save anymore in 9th edition. And the other ones who look out for with Eldar for me is Ulfoy, because having a 6-up Feel No Pain on everything in your army when it's a game about durability and resilience is pretty huge. And then you're unlocking Eldred Ulfren as well, who is a really powerful psyker and can be used to great effect to cast spells with a +3 to cast, or if you're feeling extra mean, a +4 to cast, which is insane.
So does he not have a 2-up invul?
3-up invul. You can make it 2-up with protect. So Eldar are definitely not out of the running. It's just the points changes did hit them hard, and you can no longer easily reliably get the free flyers, the free Crimson Hunters to the list. So it can be difficult, and they don't hold objectives either. So, and they've gone up to 200 points, so they're a difficult unit. And I'd say the last in the 2 last in the Eldari tree, because this one's really difficult for me to decide. Drukhari are in a pretty rough spot due to the changes in 9th. Again, you have to change the play style of that army like quite considerably in how you're going to do it. I'm playing around with a few Drukhari builds myself right now. The Venoms just kind of went up to weirdly with the Splinter Cannon. That was like the strangest points increase change I saw in 9th. The Venom Cannon, the Splinter Cannon making the Venom 90 points. So just don't take it. Basically, it's just not worth taking. You know, you're looking at things for Drukhari now, such as Incubi, which are actually pretty good in 9th edition, especially when you run like Drazar with them. And also, obviously, Blackheart still has Vect, which is a very, very powerful stratagem to use in the game just to shut down one of your opponent's stratagems, and that is really big in 9th edition as well. That one moment where you can just change the tide of the game with the right Vect at the right moment. So Drukhari, unfortunately, Drukhari's troops have like 0 durability. They are made of paper. So unless you're rocking those like transports, either the Venoms or the Raiders, to get around the board, which you should be doing anyway. People have referred to 9th edition as transport edition. You know, and your transports are still like relatively cheap there as well. So, and then there's Yunari. Yunari's a weird one for me. It's been a weird one since like the White Dwarf update came out, because it's still in a very awkward sort of spot. I know Korn actually ran, the last winner of Alpha League actually ran a Yunari detachment, oddly enough, and finished up with it, so maybe I'm talking nonsense here, and he just knows a lot more about them than me, but they're in a bit of an awkward spot, Yunari. So I just suggest just looking at Holoquins right now, because they are absolutely fantastic.
Okay, so we're gonna be talking about Alpha League here in just a bit. Now, I just want to have a little bit of a takeaway, because we've been really getting into the specifics, like hardcore advanced. What kind of takeaway can we give for new players who want to start getting into the metagame? Like what factions and units should they be looking at if they're looking to get a bit of into the competitiveness of 40k?
I think you generally want to focus on actions that are going to be played and that you're going to see on the board, both in terms of learning that faction and learning how to play against it with your own armies. So if you want to start getting into meta play, there are various
bat reps and things like that you can get into, and then of course watching any sort of stream that you see in the alpha streams will get you into sort of a more competitive mindset. But realistically, to me, learning the Space Marine, the Death Guard, the Harlequin, the more common factions, and learning sort of their tips and tricks is probably the best way to feel comfortable, because frankly, when I see an army that I've never seen before in a competitive sense and I get my butt whipped by them, I'm really not that upset about the reflection of the game, because, hey, I've never seen that army before. They're coming at me. I got had, and it's not going to happen again, right? But if I start losing to a Space Marine army because I don't know the gotchas, it happened this afternoon, and I should have known it, frankly. I'll be a little upset at myself, and I was. I had to, sit down and crack a drink and sort of say, okay, how do I have that happen to me? Because I've played against this army many times in tournament play. It's Raptors, and I forgot about a pretty key stratagem, and I paid the price. So, yeah, it's learning the more common armies, because the big part for me and the other, obviously presenters can comment on this. The big part for competitive play for me is mitigating the possible negativity from a loss and seeing what you can learn from it. And the best possible way to do that is to be as prepared as possible. You can't learn all 42 prime factions right out the gate from learning the new competitive meta. So why not pick the 3 or 4 factions that 2 out of 3 people are going to bring, and then you can be prepared for that. And then if you see something unique, hey, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride.
What armies, what units and all, I would say Custode are pretty simple to say what to look out for, what to pick up.
I'm really enjoying them.
They're so good, even if I haven't been repping them well. But Alaris right now, you've got to be mindful of where they'll deep strike, where your characters will be. A lot of times they'll drop in and absolutely shock you on what they can do with just their firepower. And you look at them and you don't think you see much. They're great at clearing out hordes. Dreadhost, they don't need to get their Vexilla to you. They can drop 9-inch, roll 3d6, pick the highest, re-roll if they have to, and just get in there and throw all of the dice at you. Pack some AP3 weapons for dealing with them, because they can just Adamantium and Auramite, ignore AP1, ignore AP2, and turn like an entire shooting from 3 Riptides into AP0. Which is kind of ridiculous, but great fun depending on which side you're on.
I think one of the best.
Also, Solar Watch bike captains with squads of Virtus Praetors. They will zip around and come out of nowhere, because they can advance and shoot rapid fire if the captain has Sally Forth.
Yeah, I've actually tried that out. They're pretty good. A Rover, did you?
Yeah, so my advice to new players right now going into competitive play, like one of the sort of, it's not easiest, but probably one of the best sort of new builds that you can do is transports and troops, because they just score you primary, like right off the bat. Because if you think about it like this, if you have like 10 guardsmen in a Chimera, a 5 Dire Avengers in a Wave Serpent or whatever, every army has transports, right? And they're relatively cheap in most cases. You're able to move onto those objectives with them, which is your primary. Your opponent then has to shoot you your transport, and then shoot through your objective secured troops to remove you, or charge them, to then remove you from that point. So I think going with like massed transports and troop slots is a good way to build an army. If you want to play the game like that, bring some AT as well for your backfield and your home objective. So either some strong, powerful artillery as guard, for example, or tank commanders are always good. You can do this with various other factions as well. So you're holding your home objective, and your opponent's putting so much firepower into dealing with your transports that are mid-board that you're going to find that your backfield tanks that are shooting them are mostly untouched as well. You can also load up some threat into transports as well, like more sort of elite infantry. We've seen it. I've seen this with Eldar with ray blades, for example, which are great. 5 ray blades in a Wave Serpent can be really hard to shift when it's midboard. So that'd be my advice to new players: play around with the sort of like transport aspect of controlling that sort of midboard, because it is really effective and it will get you wins as well.
Fantastic. All right, so I guess now it's a good segue into our next topic, which is actually going to be Alpha League. So for anybody who didn't know, how would you describe Alpha League? What's Alpha League?
So Alpha League has ran for 4 seasons in the past. It has had various great tournament organizers that have ran the event as well. And it's shifted and changed into a format that the vast majority of people on the server are now happy with, which is kind of like a league sort of format. So once you register to sign up, if you are like a new player, you'll be randomly put into what we call a group with 5 other individuals. Now, over the course of that 5-week period, you will play each of those individuals in your group, and that will give you your scoring for the split. Existing players, however, because we've had a season previous, all have results based upon their games. So those players can either go up a group or down a group. And what we are starting to, hopefully going to find with this trend, is that players, as they are able to go up and down at the end of the split, will end up matched against people of their skill level. And if their skill level improves, that they will then go up to another sort of like layer, if you will, of the tournament, whether we're facing people that are a bit better. And it's designed almost like, I'd say almost like an ELO sort of system, the way the groups work. So you're playing against people, other than, obviously, if you join, you're going to be in a new group with new people. I can't comment on the experience of people joining, because I don't know, but it's one of the biggest questions I've been getting like right now. Like, what does this mean, this new group? So let me just clarify that. Basically, you are a new player in Alpha League, but there may be players that have played other tournaments before that may be in the same group with you, but they are new to the league also. But I try to assure those players that it is a new edition. There is no sort of like hyper meta, as I like to call it, established right now, or anything. So everyone has a pretty fair chance of taking games of people, and that me from watching like tournaments online, I've seen this happen as well. People taking games off each other all over the place, regardless of sort of like their skill level. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. It gets you a good level experience going into 9th edition as well, and what to sort of like semi-expect, like the next split as well. And basically at the end of that sort of like 5-week period, the players that are in like Group 1 and Group 2, the top 2, will get a seeding in the playoff bracket. And then what I'm hoping to do is every player that finished first in their group will then be given a playoff spot as well. I know right now the tournament page is saying that we are limited to 120 players, but we have the capacity. We have good staff, and they've all been working really hard in the past few weeks. That's a shout out to the guys, all the judges, commentator crew, and map makers. We're prepared for it. Basically, I'll say that with belated breath, that we're prepared to run a big event as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, Alpha League has been kind of it's come a long way, and I can't wait to see what kind of games are played. What about Flo? What are your thoughts on Alpha League?
So I just joined last season, and to me, it's really got the potential to feel for a player like a round robin with people who are at a very similar skill level to you, who could be from all over the world, as long as you come at it from a holistic list building standpoint. And what I mean by that is, it is a competitive league, and there's all sorts of different types of lists and players out there. And you definitely need to think, what am I going to be coming up against? And maybe come in and watch some of the streams that we're putting up, whether it's during the league or some of the prep games that people are playing for their list building, and just really think about what you're going to see and what you're going to face, because it's really great to have an army that you think works really well against the 5 or 6 people you play. But you definitely, to have some success, want to come at it from, okay, what's the big range of things I can face? But I really like the fact that I was facing people from all over the world. It's funny when you have to wake up at 6:30 or 7 o'clock in the morning before work because you're playing somebody from another time zone, and that's the only time that works for you. And it's kind of cool to play Warhammer at that time and to fit that in, because it's something you're not used to. Everybody goes to the game store on Saturdays, where we did pre-COVID, and plays their 1 or 2 games and has a drink and goes home. But this is a totally different type of Warhammer experience, and frankly, it's made me a much better player. I've never been able to get this many reps in. When COVID does sort of subside here in Canada, I feel terrible for my opponents. I've never felt stronger as a competitive player. And Alpha League's allowed me to sort of meet a bunch of different people and get some interesting insight to lists that I never would have thought of. And then finally, it teaches you how to take your licks, honestly. You need to realize that everybody there is competitive, and you will do some butt kicking for sure, but you're going to get your butt kicked as well. Even at the highest level, the best people, there's only one winner, right? Even that second place player, they took an L. So, it gives you a really great lesson in keeping your cool at your local tournaments, at your local introduction to competitive play. And then for those experienced players, it gives them a chance to really go at it and get some reps. But it's nice, if you're a new player, you won't be matched with those insanely high-level players, because, as Rover explained, there's a great matchmaking and pooling system.
So I just got a question here from Egeret. Is there certain dates determined for the league, or is it flexible, like over a week? So sign-ups are currently open. We did a big announce in the news channel earlier for that. And they are running until the midnight UTC on the 23rd of August. So that's when lists are locked in completely, and we cannot take any more registrations after that point. From that point onwards, once the tournament goes live, like what group you're in and who you're playing, players have 5 weeks to arrange between themselves against their opponents when they will play those matches. And they should be completed within that 5-week period. We feel like 1 game a week is doable, even if your opponent's living on the other side of the world. I've not had an issue with it myself. We can look into issues as well. We will do that. The staff on board will look if there is any issues or anything like that. And I hope that helps answer your question. So yes, it is completely flexible. It's up to you and your opponents when you play.
Yeah, the way that Alpha League is set up here, it's very straightforward. It's going to be competitive, right? Like, you're going to be facing against really good people, but at the start, it's going to be kind of up in the air. But over time, as matches get played, it should even out. You should be playing against people around your level of play. Neri has actually been along. She's a seasoned veteran for Alpha League. What are your opinions on Alpha League as you played over the years?
Well, I sort of dropped out in season 2, personal reasons. I felt it helped. It actually helped me learn a lot about the game. Learning, practicing, also helped me realize something about myself, that I tend to take things a little too seriously, and I need to work on that. Which is why I sort of dropped out of playing for a while, and I've come back, but I've kept my I've kept out of major competitive, but I'm always open to playing against meta lists, trying to build as strong a list as I can. And yeah, seeing how lists changed over things, the different lists people will try. It's a very interesting environment to see a variety of mindsets and trying to figure out, trying if you can pick out common threads among some of these mindsets.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like a humbling experience, especially if you're new to competitive. Like, yeah, it's as Flo was saying. I absolutely agree. You will learn to be more sportsmanlike because you're gonna realize that there are people that play the game quite well.
I was just going to touch on that sportsmanship point. We do have very good sportsmanship in Alpha League and matches that I've either viewed or played in. Like, for example, like a couple of seasons back, I was playing against a completely new player. Like, I think he played like 4 competitive games like ever, and I took it on myself as more of like I'm going to help him sort of way of playing the game, almost sort of like teaching him. And we started the chess plot, but we just decided to pause it, and we're talking more through tactical decisions he was making and why he was making them, and that sort of thing. And that happens quite a lot as well, which I've never seen happen at like a GT or a local event. There's even like almost an element of coaching for new players if they come across someone that is like seasoned, as well. That's definitely happened more than once. Like I said, the level of sportsmanship is excellent in Alpha, and that's a precedent that I'll be setting for the next coming season as well.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we've seen some things, as you were describing before, in some of the games that we've streamed.
Yeah, it's not it's actually the inverse of dissuading. It's actually really inspiring. You definitely go back to the drawing board more times than one, and frankly, it's a really great in real life tool as well. This is an expensive hobby for anybody. It really doesn't matter what your level of income is, frankly. If you go out and spend $90 on a plastic flying plane, you can be bringing in $1 million a year. I don't care. That is a lot of money to spend on a plastic flying plane. Now, do they all stand near and dear to our hearts? Oh my God, yes. I'm looking right now at my Raven Wing Dark Talon. I marbled the wings. It took me hours. If that thing ever went missing, my heart would be broken. However, do I bring the Raven Wing Dark Talon in competitive play right now? A rover, have you ever seen me ever field a Dark Talon?
Nope.
Of course not. It is near and dear to my heart, but it's not coming anywhere near a rover because he's going to move Mortarion within 6 inches of it. He is going to mortal wound it in the charge, at the end of the charge phase. He's going to mortal wound it with smite, and it's going to be dead within a turn. That's 180 to 200 points. 210 now, I believe, in the new points gone. So I love these units, but I'm able to go into Alpha League to play people like a rover and go, you know what? When I go to my local RTT, my tournament that I pay $20, $30 to go to, and I'm there and I want to make a good showing, I know not to bring the Dark Talon, and that's okay. That's totally okay. Unless I want to go to that tournament and have a great showing in painting. But frankly, I know the guys and gals who show up there, it doesn't matter. They're going to beat my butt in painting every time. They have beautiful stuff. So if I'm going for competitive, I'm going to take the stuff that I've taken through reps in Alpha League, and I know what to buy, so I'm not wasting money. I can go out, I can create a good competitive list because I know, hey, I got 30 reps with this list online. I went 25-5. So I'm pretty sure, and by the way, I've never had that record ever. I know I can bring this list out, and I know that I can spend some money on it versus, oh my God, I just spent $100 on this new unit. I really hope it does well for me. That's an unsettling feeling. I don't like that for new hobby people. I want new hobby people to go, hey, I just spent $100 on this unit. By the way, when's the next time you want to play? Because it's going to beat your butt, right?
Absolutely, I can 100% agree with you on that. I mean,
Honestly,
I started because I got to actually, see what the meta was, get a chance to play the list. Like, it PTS is a powerful tool. Alpha League is a tempering tool for competitive play. So, if you want to go out and dominate, bring your best to Alpha League. See how it goes there, and then use that as a direction that you want to go IRL.
I mean, unless you're me, where my Custode collection is, this looks cool. I like Custode. I like their aesthetics.
There's no problem with that. If you just want to buy whatever, that's absolutely fine too. But if
We also do have someone in chat that has a very good way to look at things. Trotsky DM, did I say that right? Go to tournaments, lose first round, play a bunch of amazing games in the fun bracket. That's basically, not so much, considering you lose and all, but, that's a good way to think about Alpha League, isn't it?
I think that one problem, but it's not as much as a problem. But I mean, just because it's global and it's not limited to just locals, I find that scheduling is kind of a hard thing to do. What kind of things do we have set in place for scheduling games?
So what we're looking at is we always have this, outside of that 5-week window that we do encourage people to play in that 5-week window, we always have a 2-week downtime between the end of the split and playoffs. So we try to give people as much time as possible. It might, just message me or one of the staff and let them know, like, look, I'm having difficulty arranging a time with this person. Don't just leave it to like 15 minutes before like the deadline. Let us know in advance, and we will either try to schedule that game for you, and we're looking to possibly doing something in that 2-week period. Unfortunately, very rare scenario, but 1 in 100 games might not happen just because the time zones are not going to be there. What we've had success with in the past is having what we call a ringer system. So we have people that aren't necessarily playing in the tournament, but they are there as a backup player if a game can not be scheduled at all, and you will play that person instead. And that's something that we'll be looking into the last sort of couple of weeks at the end of the tournament, because that had great success last season. So we can look to do that as well.
Fantastic.
I'd almost be interested in that.
Now, something that I did want to do is I actually do want to bring back some Alpha League games to the TTS stream. It's not going to be quite like how it was, where it was just focused solely on Alpha League. But I definitely want to reserve maybe 1 or 2 days for some Alpha League coverage. I think that the best system for that is to just kind of have lots that players can kind of aim for, and then have have the stream based around that.
Yeah, sounds good. That's something both myself and Malice talked about when I took over. Our sort of big ethos and vision for Alpha League is the sort of esports side of it. So we want as many games to get covered as possible live on Twitch, and there's also plans for a weekly podcast as well. Tournament has a great interface UI that plugs into Twitch, which gives you all statistics of matches, the leagues, groups, scorings, pairings, lists, everything. It's absolutely amazing. We played around with it last season, myself and Heckle, and we found it was a great tool to use for doing a podcast, which we did weekly. So hopefully we'll see that return as well.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I guess we want to just kind of wrap up this segment then, and I'm gonna let you guys plug in whatever you guys want.
Join Alpha. You'll have a great time. You'll play some great competitive games of 40k. That's all I have to say. Other than, yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for me, definitely come into the looking for game chat and the general discussion in the TTS 40k Discord. I'm always there hanging out, and we'll get a game. But generally, I'm really, really excited to start commentating on some games from Alpha League, hopefully, and really pushing that sort of esports side and sort of highlighting what lists, what players are doing well, and get that information out into the community as much as possible. Because, I'll take it from a sports side, right? We say esports. I'll take it from a sports side or even an esports side. So when you watch a streamer, for instance, you watch specific tactics and techniques that they do, and you try to emulate those and you bring them into your game. My background is in snow sports and skateboarding and snowboarding, actually, as well as hobbying. And if I didn't see snowboarding movies growing up, I would know nothing about what is cool. I probably wouldn't even grab the snowboard. I'd probably jump an inch off the ground and then do a cartwheel and then stand on my head and say wahoo. I would know nothing about style. And so that's a big part of snowboarding. With Warhammer, a big part of it is list construction. A big part of it is how you play the game, and you don't know the potential of how you can play the game until you watch people and until you see people play at that very high level and you go, hey, I can do that too. And you can do that. You just need to see it be done once in order to get the idea. Or maybe you have an amazing idea. I commentate your game and I go, oh my gosh, that's something that we've never seen before, and this person has just pioneered it. And let's get their name out there, because let's be honest, we all have seen lists multiple times. You get into a game that you're watching and go, hey, isn't that a Rovers list? And it's sort of like, well, I'd like that to be known as your list. I want people to know that that was your thing that you did, and it was a really cool move, or it was a really cool thing, and we can do that. So I'm really excited to start doing that, because Warhammer has that potential, and why not, right? You can throw the long bomb and watch an ESPN replay of it. You just need to frame that narrative, and I'm happy to do it.
Are you referring to the infamous Eldari soup list that I ran in season 2 and got second place with?
More so what you've been doing lately with Death Guard, but that people have seemed to take on really well with the Defilers. But yeah.
Give you a chance here as well to plug. Want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you just want to go ahead and drop a link to your stream and let everybody know what's up.
Well, I've been streaming Warhammer content on Tabletop Simulator. I've been putting bat reps up on YouTube myself. I've been trying to bring as strong a list as I can, identifying tactics at the end of games, but I've been mainly focusing on there's an aspect that I think there are people that lose sight of it, and even in the higher level competitive sense, I think it should, at least have a place, being able to have fun with the game. And so I've been focusing on that. I've been trying to have as much fun with my games as possible, even though I've been on a bad streak. I've been trying to work on new plays and stuff. Showing off units, maybe why they shouldn't be taken, why they should be taken, and of course it's not just 40k tabletop. I'm planning on trying to get into some of the other Warhammer games that are out there.
Absolutely. Be sure to drop us a link to your stream or YouTube.
I am just 6 away from possibly getting 6 followers away from affiliate, so I'm just sort of hyped about that. I've had some great people come in. I've been trying to build a little community of my own there, and trying to bring those people back if they're interested in having them look at look at the Discord, jump into the community on your Discord, and such.
Absolutely. And if you guys want to go ahead and help Neri out with her goal, you just click that link and follow. Just really quick, guys. Help her get affiliate. Yeah, I wanted to go back to the something you said. So okay, all right. So I've done a lot of streams for Alpha League previously. Like when oh Jesus, I don't even remember how many games that I've streamed. There is an element in there for shoutcasting, I will say, but there are opportunities to make it not so great for casting as well. Like, we've got a few issues, right? Some games can be one-sided and just, completely one-sided steamroll, where it's like
Early Knights versus a Warhound.
I can't remember, but there was a game. There's been a lot of games I've streamed, but I mean, there's been a lot of games where it was like, right, okay, turn one, okay, the game's over, guys. Like, I want to believe that that's not going to happen so much in this edition, but I mean, come on, that's just.
There are ways, I would say, in this edition to stack points later, because perceivably the primary reaction was, and I know we're trying to get going here, but I will say perceivably my first reaction was, my gosh, there's so much of an easy way to make points on the primaries. How could anybody come back? Well, you'll notice the max you can score on the primaries is 15 per category, and there are 5 turns. So on 3 of those 5 turns, you can score one of those 3 primary dynamics for up to 45 points. So if you are down in a game, remember, if you properly prepared with your list, you have those elements of mobility, you have 1 or 2 deep strike units, you can come back. Do not quit the game. Rover and I played a game that was out to, I think, 5 or 6 points. It was the most cagey, probably perceivably boring game, honestly, we've ever played in terms of us. It would probably be very exciting to watch because it was very tense, but either of us could have, well, he had it the whole time. I could have come back up until turn 4, turn 5. I probably wasn't going to because he's a very strong player, but you don't know that if you're watching the stream. The score looks close, come on. So there is a potential to come back more so than 8th edition, because I will agree with you, in 8th edition, I've been at tournaments where it's we deploy and we go, well, we know how this is going to go. So hopefully the new edition will give us some more competitiveness that way. Yeah.
I've played a lot of games where I've basically been tabled, but have been able to squeak out wins based on objectives. So hopefully we see some of that. Like, I don't want to see one-sided games. Like, I think those are the most. I think it's nobody wants to watch a one-sided thing. I think the more entertaining matches are the ones that are back and forth. But with this kind of just the nature of the game, I feel like we're gonna have some of that, but I'm hoping.
There's also a place for even if you don't think you have a way back, there is a reason to play it through, and then you can think back and analyze what you did.
Very true.
I will say this, those kind of like Alpha Strike sort of lists, I'm going to blow you off the board turn 1, or base right like turn 2, and if I don't, I lose the game. Style lists do not do well in 9th edition at all, and that's mainly due to the new terrain rules as well, and the points increases and the way detachments now work. So we're seeing a lot less of those style of lists just because they don't function at the high-end level of competitive play well at all. So you're seeing a lot less of those sort of like very one-sided sort of victories, like turn 1, turn 2. Don't get me wrong, but it can still occasionally happen if you just roll really, really badly and your opponent rolls like amazingly.
Oh yeah,
sometimes
sometimes the dice gods determine games, no matter how well you play. That's just a reality of the game we play.
That's true.
But it's not as big a thing as some people say. I've seen some people that have rolled horribly and still won. But yeah, sometimes the dice gods determine.
I've been playing a lot of games lately, and we've been doing some streams on it. By the way, it's been like 24 days since we last streamed. I had no idea that much time has flown by, but I had it.
I mean, this year has been hell for a lot of people, so it's... I think it's entirely understand words. I can't... Bleh.
I've had
Played with the new points, but I've played with the 9th edition stuff, and man, some of those games are brutal, right? Like, I'll play games against other newbies, and I just get blown up. But yeah, it's as what you say. I think objectives is gonna also, like, thinking about playing the objective game is gonna be very important, especially with all these new mission types that we've got. Or objectives.
Yeah, it's definitely something that, again, in stream we're going to emphasize a lot, and we're really going to talk about I'm going to really try to emphasize for new players, the why behind the what, explaining what the intention is, and then also explaining the what and really try to give you some narrative feel to the what, really emphasizing what's going on. But let's talk about the why, because for new players, that's really important. Again, to go back to the sports analogy, if you watch a high-level NBA game, for instance, and somebody's shooting a basketball shot, well, that's really cool to watch, but what if I want to learn how to play that? It would be kind of cool if somebody said, well, LeBron James shoots his shot like this, and here's a technique that he does 100 times a day to make himself better. Well, we're going to try to provide that for you. So, hey, here's a really high-level Sisters of Battle play. Yes, it looks like that person just completed a 12-inch charge without trying. Well, here's how. They rolled a 6 on the charge, they popped in a miracle dice, and away you go. If you just watch that person make a 12-inch charge, you go, wow, and that's really cool, and we want to show you that. But we also want to tell you why that 6-inch, that popping in that 6 works, and why miracle dice are important for Sisters of Battle, and how it makes them, even though they are really looks like a paper crane on paper in terms of their ability to actually withstand firepower, they're actually incredible. So yeah, just stuff like that. Really, really looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That has been something I've been trying to focus on explaining as I go with my stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to slow down this charge. I'll reduce the charge by d6 inches. Well, how did I do that? Well, I've got this stratagem that Tanglefoot, it's 1 CP. It allows me to roll a d6 and do this, or...
But it's the worst.
It is one of my favorites. It is the best stratagem in the Custode arsenal. I will
just
fight
deleted
anyone
it.
who says otherwise.
I went into Wahapedia and I deleted it. It's no longer
It's
accessible.
still in my codex, so hush.
The reason I'm lamenting it so much is we're going to talk about things like this. Why is Tanglefoot so effective? It is absolutely brutal, and anybody who's been on the receiving end dislikes it as much as I do.
Even reducing a charge by 1 inch, it still changes things.
I mean, how many times have I been tangle rooted on and having a 5 up on me? Like, Jesus Christ. When is 5 inches to the charge?
You can also use it in the movement. You can also use it in the movement phase. Someone wants to fall back. They've only got 5 inches of movement. Tanglefoot, you get a 6. They're not going anywhere.
And then the Custodes' limited movement doesn't matter because they're only 4 or 5 inches, whatever, away.
Absolutely. Alright guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and get into the next section. I want to thank you very much for coming on stream and giving your input.
Yeah.
Cheers, we'll see you guys soon.
Thanks very much for having me. Take care, guys. Bye.
Thank you for having me, and thanks to chat for being so awesome.
Has been popping off here. By the way, we're about from the 3-hour mark. We're doing that giveaway for Alpha League S2 dice to a random follower. So if we can keep this viewership up, we're going to be doing that. Alright guys, so I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna pop out of here. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright boys, so we're going to be getting into the next section here for today's stream. Now, I noticed that a lot, I mean, how many of you guys are new to the game? Like, just let me know in chat. We're going to be doing something that one weekend. Oh, so you got a lot of people in here that are new. Welcome to the hobby. I will tell you guys, Warhammer 40k is very much a cool game. 20 years in the game, but very new to playing competitive. Okay. I'm playing for less than 6 months. Okay. Still learning the rules? Absolutely. We're going to try to get a learning game here today on stream. One challenge, and I've been waiting to do this because I wanted the new points to drop, but kind of like one of the challenges that I faced for teaching players, new players, how to play, is getting lists together. And so one of the ideas that I've had was to make some pre-constructed lists. So I'm going to show you guys something here. Let me come up here and load this up. By the way, for you new people, this is the Battle Forge, right? This was just updated yesterday. It's got a lot of the new units, and it's been reorganized, and there has been some fixes that I've pushed on it. Some of the bigger armies are easier to load now. And if you guys want access to this, like, this is going to give you everything that you see here, right? You would go into your saves, you would have all these folders full of factions, and then, you know, they're sorted for you. So, like, say you want to play Chaos Knights, you have a mod here. That's called Battle Forge. That is the Battle Forge. If you check our Discord link and go to download links, you'll actually see a link to the GitHub. Follow that, and it'll have a direct link for you and instructions on how to install this. It's very beneficial for you to load this up and get all the models that you're going to need to play. We've also updated the Battle Forge with the new template map. So this map that you're seeing here, that is included with Battle Forge. This is FTC for the community template. Actually, that's not that's how I read it, but this right here is a template. This is where you can actually load things. It's mostly scripted for 2 players, but you can easily get more players in there. Just, you know, disregard some things. One of the beneficial things with this template is well, actually, one of the only reasons that you really want to use this template is because of this thing here in the middle. I'm gonna teach you guys really quick how to do this. So when you load up and you get into a game and you invite your opponent to play, you guys are gonna choose your colors. All right. You choose your color, and you guys will be seeded and promoted to have the promotion, so you can load in your armies and stuff. But this thing right here in the center, right? This is the template for maps. Right now there are 4 templates for 9th edition. Actually, there's technically 4. Wait, did I say 3? There's 3 sizes, alright? But there's technically 4. There's Combat Patrol, there's Incursion, there's Strike Force, and then there's Onslaught, alright? Incursion is... let me take a look. Where's my Adobe Reader? Battle Forge missions. Anyway, Combat Patrol is a 500-point game or a 50 power level game, and that is played on this size of a board, right? Combat Patrol. Now you can actually also play Incursion on the very same board. That's why it's 4 technically, but Incursion and Combat Patrol is played on the 44 by 30 map size. Okay. Strike Force is played on a 44 by 60, and that is 1,000 to 2,000 points, or 100 to 200 power level. I don't know if anybody's actually using power level. I would suggest you get used to the points cost rather. All right. But anyway, so and then there's Onslaught, which are they're like APOC games, right? These are like 2001 to 3,000 point games. Okay. So anyway, you would select the template, what you're going to be playing on, 44 by 30, or Strike Force at 44 by 60. These are going to be your 2, mostly. These are, everybody's really playing 2,000 points. I like to play on the lower end, so Incursion. And I don't, like, APOC is not common enough, I don't think. But what you would actually do here is you would load up a map, right? So you'd go into the folder under Maps, and you would select whatever you're going to be playing. So right now there's not really anything for Combat Patrol, but there is a lot for Incursion, right? And so what you're going to do here, you're going to choose whatever map that you're wanting to load in, right? You're going to go down into the hamburger icon, 3 dots, and you're going to additive load, okay? And so you'll have a confirmation or undo here. If you don't want this map, or you've chosen the wrong map to additively load, you just hit remove terrain and it'll do that for you. Once again, you just go into Maps, Tools, and Terrain, Maps, and then from there we're going to be updating this as we go to include more and more of the community's maps. And then you would, if this is like, if you've selected the map that you want, you would hit confirm. Probably a good idea is to probably confirm the template that you're playing on. But so that's how you would load in a map. Let's see, let me answer some questions. Does that update automatically? Because I got it in 8th edition. What do you mean? Oh snap, was wondering when the new 9th stuff for the Forge was going to drop. Yeah, we just literally did that the other day. You can sort your own characters, renaming units to what you want. In the Crusade system, there are methods of customizing characters. Yeah, custom characters. That is in the narrative play. Do the new new character models and stuff load in, or do you need to update it? So if you download the Battleforge and you install it, you should have the new stuff. The map base he's using is FTC on the Steam Workshop. Yep, but it's also in the Battleforge as well. That was added into the Battleforge. It was part of the update. I use TTS Battlescribe to do all the model labeling and stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna, if you guys want, I can teach you how to. We can do like a rundown. Do I unzip the file when I download it? Yeah, you're gonna. Here, I will show you guys. Give me 1 second. I use WinRAR. WinRAR is freeware or adware. No, it's not adware. It's donationware. Is that what it is? Anyway, I use WinRAR. It's free. You can download it, and it's a lot simpler for me. Like I've used it over the many years of internet and gaming and all that stuff. So that's what I do. When you download the Battleforge, okay, yours might be a little different. Whoops. Yours might be a little different. Here, let's do this from scratch, right? Let's just assume that you're absolutely new, right? We're gonna go to. Let me grab the link here. All right. All right. So absolutely new player comes in. Okay. Here's how you get the Battleforge. All right. Here's the server. Okay. Here's what you do. You go down to, where is it? Download links. Where's the download links? Did I move it again? Player resources, download links. Yeah, I did move it again. All right. I will open this up a little bit so yours might look like this. All right. So here is, you would scroll up here, TTS mod compilation, TTS Forge, Battleforge, whatever. Okay, has a link right here. You'd copy this link and it'll open up in your browser. Okay, we're on the GitHub now. Okay, now you actually come right down here. There's a link that says direct download. If you click that, it will download it for you. I've already got the Battleforge, but here's what this looks like. Okay. So you have your saves file. This is where all the stuff is in, right? So now what you would do, and I will also show you how to find this. If you go into no, that's not right. Okay. If you go to your documents, okay? I'm on Windows 10, by the way, if you didn't notice. All right. If you go to your documents here, all right, and you go to My Games, all right, and then you go to Tabletop Simulator, all right, you'll have a saves file in there, right? This is your saves file that all your saves are located in, right? And so all you would do is you would drag and drop this into this folder. Right? It's going to tell you if you want to overwrite things. You would overwrite. Your save should be mostly intact. There's probably nothing in there that's going to overwrite your actual saves, but that's how you install this. Okay? And so when you do that, when you open the game and you go in under Games, Save and Load, you will have all this that you see here. Okay? Right, and then we have, it has a broad range of, it's got pretty much all the factions, and it's got all the mostly new units. Gonna have mostly updated stuff in there. I know that off the top of my head there are some things that need to be updated, but there is an effort to keep this updated. Right. Are there any questions? Does anybody in chat have any questions? Is anybody lost on that? Were the maps removed in the update? No. Well, okay. So what actually happened since the last update of Battleforge is that we moved the 8th edition maps into the legacy maps. So all the maps that we had before are in here. Okay? 9th edition stuff is... Sorry, I don't know what I... Oh, okay, I see what I did. I literally just updated my... I can clean that up later. I got a little confused at what happened there, but basically this is not what you would see. This is all moved into the 8th edition maps. I just literally installed an older version of Battleforge onto my computer. This should be different, and if it's not different, please let me know. Yeah, and yeah, we've got a bunch of things in here. There's terrain. So if you guys are interested in creating your own maps, did you guys want to learn how to create your own maps? I think that there hasn't really been nothing out there in terms of like making and creating your own maps. Yeah? Okay. We can do that. Alright, so if you want to create your own maps, right, and you want to set it up into this additive load state, I'm going to show you how to do that right now. Alright, so basically what you would need to do is grab the FTC map base, okay, and load it up. Alright, you hit the close on that, take a seat, close menu. Alright, so here's what you're going to need to do, right? You're going to need to decide what size of map are you trying to create, okay? You want to create a 44 by 60, that's Strike Force. You want to make an incursion map, or / combat patrol map, that's 44 by 30. Or maybe you want to be the first person that makes Onslaught, because there's literally no Onslaught maps, because nobody's playing Onslaught. Okay? You just choose that, right? Because this is important, because this is going to be the size of your map when you're creating. Let's go ahead and, for an example, let's just use Incursion, obviously. Alright, we're going to hit this big red button here that says Confirm for Map Making. Alright. Let's go over here and see what we actually have. So now, the template has removed everything else off the board. And we should have a blank space here. Okay. Let me see here. Preparing the terrain. So, if you want to change this white space right here to something else, if you come onto the side over here and open up the table and terrain controls, you can actually load in a texture, if you will, right here into this URL. Or you can use a preset. There's presets here. We're going to use a preset just to kind of dumb this down, but essentially if you did have or made a custom texture, right, you would do that in like Photoshop or something. You would just like upload that to, I don't know, Imager, and then just paste that in here, and then apply it, and then save it to memory, whatever, and it will apply that to the table, the template. So let's just go with, I don't know, let's just go with, I don't know, ice sounds cool, right? Alright, so that will apply your texture to this template here. Alright, let's try urban. I won't get into the fallacies and the specifics as to what your template should look like or whatever, but you do keep in mind that you want, generally, if you're trying to do a competitive map, you definitely want to have some sort of equality. You want to have symmetry in the map, right? You don't want one side to have an advantage with the terrain that you place. All right, so now that you've got your texture that you've selected for your template, you would basically we'd come into the save load, okay? Go to Maps, Tools, and Terrain. Go to Terrain, and now you'll have access to all this. Now you don't have to use this specifically. You can use anything that you find on the workshop. Maybe you found some really cool terrain pieces or features. It doesn't have to. You don't have to load it from this, right? But this is a good starting point for people. All right. Alright, so then what you would do is you would come in here and go into additive load. I'm sorry, I got distracted here. I messed this up. All right, sorry. Okay, let's do this again. I was not actually paying attention. Okay, let me try this one more time. We're gonna come in back to incursion, confirm for map making. Okay, we're gonna apply a texture to the table. Urban 1 is fine. Apply to. All right, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna start loading in some terrain features that we need. All right, so like I don't know, maybe you want some craters. Here's an excellent crater. You would just kind of drag and drop anything that you might need. This is just an example. Maybe you want some fortifications. You would expand. All right, and then just take a look at what interests you. Maybe you want some sandbags, some barbed wire, tank traps. Something that looks cool. Here's a platform. There's some different elements. There's a lot of stuff out there, guys. It does not have to be this at all. Like, here's buildings. That building is not that great, actually. I'll tell you exactly why. You want to be very careful with your model, the models that you're using. Like, I'll explain that in a bit. So anyway, let's just say we want to do a map like so. Maybe, we've got this. Maybe we want some ruins, like some buildings, right? Let's go back to terrain. Let's go to ruins. Let's expand. Okay, some of these look really great. These look cool. Maybe you want some floors. One of these surely has floors. Here's another interesting part. If this happens where you drag out and it's like something that you can't select, that means it's locked, right? So hit L and you will unlock. Or you can right click on the feature and go to toggles and lock. Okay. Alright, so then you would put your features down as you kind of want to do. This is all an example, by the way. You don't have to do this when I'm doing. Maybe there's a crater on these sides. Now okay, so what happens if you want to check your deployment zones and how your terrain is relative to them, right? If you actually come over here, you'll see that there's pre-made zones. We're in the patrol no, we're in patrol. Actually, we're in incursion. This is why there's a separation between combat patrol and incursion, because there's different objectives in each of these. So just because they're using the same map size does not mean that they're going to be exactly the same. So anyway, here we have what a incisive attack deployment zone looks like. So maybe you want to adjust, maybe this is you want this inside on that side, like so. On both sides you want to get that symmetry going for a competitive map. Here is what that looks like. You're able to check this on the fly as you're making your maps. Yeah, I know that there's some script errors happening right now, but anyway, that's just a way to look at deployment zones as you're making your maps. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna talk quickly about things that you should watch out for when you're making your maps. There's nothing more annoying than a mesh that doesn't actually work for gaming, right? Like, you want to be aware of what your meshes are, and you might be thinking, what is a mesh? Well, a mesh is basically an invisible model that determines the collision of that model, right? There's no easy way to check this, by the way, but one thing that I do like to do is I do like to just kind of observe how other objects will interact with said object. I want to check to make sure that the meshes aren't just big blocks, because that is very annoying whenever you're actually playing a game and something has a big giant collision mesh that doesn't work. There's a trick that I like to do. I don't actually create maps myself, but one trick that I would suggest to people is to just kind of grab sensible collision map. I will go into Imperium, Space Marines, and I'll grab something from I know that these meshes are great. Let me grab a collision mesh from, I don't know, grab this guy. Let's something's wrong. My internet. Something up on my internet. Alright, let's go over here. Go to this. What we're doing here is we're going to be grabbing a mesh from something that is sensible. And you can check to see if they're sensible by just kind of flipping them over like this. If it's like this, then you know that you have a good collision mesh, right? So you would just go into custom and you would grab model mesh and copy that. Okay, so now let's say that, you know, this barrier is something that I really want to use, right? But I also find it annoying that I can't actually, you know, use it very well. The collision mesh is all messed up, right? So I would just right click, go to custom, and paste in that collision mesh and import it. Okay, I did it wrong. Now I messed it up. Sorry. Let me try that again. I would right click, go to custom. Yeah, I would go to the... Oh, I'm sorry. It's not... God, I'm giving you the wrong information. Go to custom, grab the collider. Sorry. Go to the object that you're wanting to replace the mesh for, and then import it. Alright? So now, you know, this mesh is going to take the properties of this mesh, right? And then what I would do then is I would lock it in place, come and grab the move tool, select the object. Okay, and then I would move it into place wherever I need it. And just keep it locked that way. And so here's the effect, right? The effect would be, look at that. Obviously you don't want to put your model in there, but this makes it so much easier to interact with on a game. Okay, so like, yeah, one model is fine, but what happens if you have multiple models, right? And you want them to be placed around here? Well, if the mesh is not sensible, you're going to have all kinds of issues with that, alright? So, using a sensible mesh for things, and you're really going to need to use your thinking power for this. You know, you're really going to have to think about, like, you know, what makes more sense to not really have that crazy kind of collision mesh. These are what make good maps. Another thing to bring in on terrain, conclave collisions. What do you mean? So anyway, if you can just kind of elaborate that, oh, that would be great. So let's just say that, you know, everything is good. I would highly recommend that you label your terrain traits. We're in 9th edition. There are very, very good resources on where you can actually find said thing. Let me see. I know right off the top of my head there is a resource. Where did he give me that? This right here. God, did he actually remove it? I'm gonna have to add this or add something. But here is a custom, or not a custom, but this is a terrain chart right here, and it gives you a chart of the different kinds of keywords that your terrain can do. All right, so let's just say that this building feature right here, in my opinion, a good map will have these things labeled so that there's no doubt, but it's not required. You would just right click on the terrain feature, and you would, I don't know, you type it in. Maybe it's a ruin, obscuring, whatever. Just having that labeled for people is a very good practice. That's what makes very good maps. Okay. Can you post a terrain chart in the Discord server? So the original uploader removed this, but let me think. Click that, see if that loads up. Just import that. So you should have this right here. If you want to just kind of save that image somewhere, that is a chart for all the different terrain features that you can take on a piece of terrain. Now, obviously, you do want to lock these elements down. Make sure that they're locked and they're in their good places. Really quick off the top of my head, let's say you want to move something. I definitely advocate that you lock your terrain feature if you want to do these kind of custom things. All right, lock it down, and then you can move it as you so need. Right. So sometimes these terrain features are a little bit weird, right? Maybe you need to move it in a way, or maybe you want to rotate it so that it's not just a staticky, just is default position, right? Maybe you want to twist it, But you could do all kinds of really cool things like this. And remember, you have to lock this down, right? This has to be locked down. This is great for narrative kind of things that you want to do. You have all kinds of tools here that you can do. Just lock that thing down first, and then mess around with the positioning and the placing, and whatever you have imagined for your map, right? Here's Crater C. I want to lock this down, right? And then maybe I don't want it to be so high. Maybe I want it, maybe I want it to be lifted down a little bit. Maybe I want to scale it a bit. Maybe I want to bring it more in line with things. Maybe it's skewed a little bit. You have all these types of tools. Hello, Pigsy. But yeah, everything needs to be locked down. And initially you want to do your labeling for good map practice. You want everything to be as you want it. All right, and so when you're finally done, right? When you're finally done and you've got everything in a good place, or feeling good about your map, now you can actually go ahead and go to the next step. All right, we'll go ahead and remove these things. I linked the image here, by the way. If you want this in game, just import it, make a custom tile, and paste in that link, and that will make it for you. Okay. Alright, so the next step here, I actually broke this when I was doing all my control Zing. We'll do it one more time so that people people absolutely understand. Alright. Select your template for your map. Confirm for map making. Okay. Get your terrain feature, your terrain texture for your board. Load it up. Okay. Grab your terrain features. It doesn't have to be from here. It can be from anywhere. And load those in as you need. Don't additive load like I did. Just kind of expand your selections and drag and drop them. Okay. All right. I'm going to do it very simple. We're just going to do quick moves. All right. Let's say I'm happy with this very boring looking map with these features in here. Another thing you want to also keep in mind is to not have your terrain hanging off the edge of the board, because then that might give you some problems. Alright. So now we're in a good spot. Will this broadcast be archived to review later? Sure. Maybe I'll open up the stream editor and, I don't know, make a video of it. The next step here is now that you're okay and happy with your map, you're gonna hit extract terrain. All right. It's gonna ask you. It's gonna be like, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Yes, we're sure. All right. All right. And now this is what you'll have. Okay. This is ready to save. Come over. Go to whatever it is that you want to save this at. We're going to just save this as a combat patrol thing. Save game. Okay. And we'll do combat patrol. Let's see. Stream test. Okay. Now if you hit save, that's good. Okay. Alright, so let's go back to our template map. FTC map base, 9th edition. And now we're going to go into... We're going to select our template one more time for incursion, 44 by 30. We know that it's a 44 by 30 map. And then we're going to go into where we saved our game. Maps. We saved it over here. Stream test. Additive load. Voila. You are now a map maker. Congratulations. I look forward to seeing everyone's maps. I want to actually start some map spotlights. I want to see what kind of creative things that you guys are going for. What your imaginations are gonna be coming out of this. Like I would very much like to see what you guys have. We're gonna be doing spotlights. No problem at all. It's a very easy concept, boys. Like it's once you get into the swing of things, really what it becomes then is to really get into the philosophy of what makes a good map. What really, you know, it doesn't have to be symmetrical, right? So symmetrical maps are for competitive gaming, right? But you can also make narratives, right? Narratives don't have to be symmetrical. They can be whatever, right? So some things that you guys want to look out for, like what makes good maps. Always be looking out for your collision maps. Make sure that you're not using big giant blocks that are going to make playing on your table a nightmare. Use sensible collision maps. Like I can't tell you how many awesome maps there are with the shittiest collision maps. Like use sensible collision maps if you can. And you can make your own custom collision maps if the stuff out there is not working for you. But that's a totally different topic. But I already showed you a quick tip on that. If you know of a good collision map that is going to work for you, just copy that over and right click the terrain feature and just swap out that collider. Yes, that's another thing. If you're trying to make like competitive maps and stuff like that, there is very much a reason why you might want to make very specific maps for very specific objectives. Like there are a lot of objectives and game types right now. It's really hard, as Pigsy is saying, to make a one size fits all. Especially once you get into like the narrative play and stuff like that. Like if you want to make your specific map for a objective, it's probably a good idea to mention that in your save file. Like put a hyphen and then specify the mission, right? So you'd be like combat patrol. You'd be like combat patrol, the name of your map, and then hyphen, I don't know. Here's an objective. Shifting front, right? And as we get into like narrative games and stuff like that, you know, it's gonna be yeah, look at this. This is okay. So here's the deployment zones, and here's the objective markers, right? You'll have to take a look into 9th edition specifics for this, but yeah, just keep a mind out for that. Are there any questions on making map templates? Does anybody have some questions for me? How would you make custom objectives? Like, instead of the disk, you make it an actual object. How does one update a map that they've uploaded? I would assume that you would additive load the map into the template. Like, basically, we'd come back here. Confirm for map making. Find your old map. We'll use 8th edition legacy maps for this. Let's see. Oof. These are these are quite old, aren't they? Oh, I wanted you to show how to get the map ID when hitting upload. Can I make a complete 3D diorama in a modeling program and import a game optimized collision mesh instead of a piecemeal construction? A 3D diorama. Okay, so I find... Are you talking about the photo scan where you make a model? I mean, you could do that, but what I recommend instead is just making your mesh a cylinder, a small little cylindrical disc. Yeah, we didn't actually go into uploading your additive load maps. We only got into how to make them in the first place. But uploading, that's kind of a different story. If you wanted to upload, it's kind of a simple process. Basically, you would go to your... Yeah, I don't know what that right there. Did I do something wrong? Maps, combat patrol, load. I think it's right. Anyway, you would go to workshop upload. You would put your title in there. You would put workshop description, and then you would upload a thumbnail. I think the thumbnail is non-optional. I think you must have a thumbnail. But you know, this is obvious right here. Here we have, looks like they did an update to this workshop interface. This is stuff that you would edit normally under workshop, but they've moved it here as well, so you can do that there too. Now, if you have a save and you upload this, it's going to give you a map ID, or not a map ID, but a workshop ID. All right. If you want to update your upload, you would basically paste in that workshop ID in here, and then hit update. Yes. Yes. Once you make an upload, you'll have. Let's see here. Where's my uploads? I'm gonna just kind of show you guys an example. Yeah, once you upload, you'll have access to a panel like this. You'll be able to kind of come in here and mess around with things. This is really all self-explanatory, though. You just kind of have to. It's not. Nothing is really difficult here. Like it's very self-explanatory. Like edit title description, add images and videos, add or remove contributors, edit links, allow comments. You know, that kind of stuff. I wouldn't mess around too much with all that. Like, you know, just start with the basics, edit title and description, add an image or whatever if you want to. I do like images. I think images are a good way to let your content pop when it's uploaded, because it will be listed if you set it to public. Since some kill team missions can do 3 to 4 players, is there any easy way to add more players? Okay, so the FCC community template is it is scripted for 2 players, but you can come off of that script. Like, you don't have to use that script. You could just add players as you need to the table, and then just play the game that way. You don't have to use the scripted stuff. Let that image sink in. Do we have any questions on uploads? Everybody should know how to upload. That's a good point. If you're the original creator of the workshop map, click on the green tools button on the update page, and it'll show all the uploads you put on the workshop. So this is I personally saved my IDs on like a text pad and then just did this. But it's good that they added this so that you can just kind of load it up. It makes it a lot easier. And so you don't have to track that ID. So. You'll still be required to make a workshop thumbnail. It will literally prevent you from uploading if you do not have that. Yeah, I see. The ID is the numbers on the end of the workshop items URL. Exactly. Yep. So you can grab the ID from there too. What happened to the music? Alright, so does anybody want to learn how to use BattleScribe and BattleScribe to TTS? BattleScribe, then there's BattleScribe to TTS. Wait, if we create a BattleScribe list, we can pull it to yes. A little bit. Kinda. So BattleScribe to TTS is a tool that was made by the Hive Mind. The tool that allows you put coding and text onto your models. And it does help a little bit in creating your list as well. Alright, so we'll start off with BattleScribe. And I'm gonna Alright, so that okay, so compression's off so that we don't. You had my interest, now you have my attention. Okay, so I guess everybody wants to learn how to do this then. Alright. We'll start off with the very basics. For people who don't know. Alright, so BattleScribe, by the way, is a free piece of software that allows you to create and craft lists for Warhammer 40k. So right off the gate, it's already better than whatever Games Workshop has done out there. But this is a free piece of software. This is very helpful. This is how you're going to be crafting your lists. It's probably a good idea to have a basic understanding of how lists work. But yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to come here, battlescribe.net. I'm going to link you guys in the chat. Okay, battlescribe.net. And you're going to download and you're going to install this, right? And so what happens is that once you're done installing, you'll have BattleScribe. Alright, now you want BattleScribe roster editor. It's going to install a few little models in there, modules. You want the roster editor, okay? Now, we're not just ready yet, okay? We're going to come over here to this hamburger icon. It says manage data, right? You're going to need to come in here. This is going to be blank for you when you first start this. Alright. What you want to do is you want to hit add data. Okay. And this will have a list of all the available repositories. So, really quick, BattleScribe is not right out the gates like, you know, make any listing, right? What it is it's software to help people create a roster editor like thing. So even though BattleScribe allows you to do this, it's not actually BattleScribe that makes these the data for all this, right? So what we're doing here is we're grabbing a community's repo, right? So we would scroll down, and there's a lot of games here. We'd scroll down to the W's, and then we would go to Warhammer 40,000 version 9.0 at the current time that this is right now on. You're gonna hit done, and it says, do you want to, it's gonna ask you if you want to update it or whatever. You would hit yes. It's gonna also prompt you to delete existing data. You know, I'll just put yes for whatever. It's going to go ahead, it's going to grab the data from the repository. This is all the information for the units, the factions, the types of things. You're going to have all this by the end of that. Data files have been successfully updated. Okay, hit OK, hit done. All right. Now we're going to go into create a new roster. Okay. So this is going to bring up this window. All right. It's going to ask you what game system you're trying to make this list for. Obviously Warhammer 9th edition. Okay. Here it prompts you for a name of the list, and we're going to go ahead and we'll put test. Okay. And notes is optional. Cost limits, that's optional. Maybe you want to place, I don't know, 2,000 points. Just so that it's, you know, it's up there in the level. Okay. Or up there in the air. Alright, so after you've filled all that out, you're going to come to add force, okay? This is where it is. This is where the heart of all this is, okay? It's going to list all the factions that are currently playable and have information on it. So we've got everything from, Aldera Craft Worlds all the way down to unaligned monsters and gribbles, okay? Let's just say that we want to make Imperium. Let's go Imperium. Let's go Astra Militarum. Okay. Now this right here, this is if you're let me see how I'm gonna choose to explain this to you guys. So this is the detachment section. Now for you guys who are new, I don't want you to worry too much about this. Alright? For a newbie, really all you're going to be interested in is combat patrol. Or I guess patrol detachments here. They really did change all that, huh? Okay. But, you know, if you're making a list for a more matched play setting, consult with your codex, not your codex, but your core rulebook here. You're going to be using all of this stuff right here for your rules, your detachments. Let me give you a brief rundown as to what this is. The detachments are basically how you build your armies in 40k. Okay, based on the game mode that you're playing, like combat patrol, incursion, strike force, onslaught, that will have a limit to how many detachments you're able to bring in your list. Okay, now again, we're going to go ahead and assume that you're completely new. So what you're going to want to do is hit patrol detachments for -2 CP. Okay. Once that's in, by the way, these are all the contributors for the people who help maintain this very important resource for the community. I recommend that you guys check out, at least visit their Discord, you know, just check them out. See if you have the willingness to support and help them out, go ahead and do that. Anyway, we're gonna hit OK. Alright, as you can see here, we have 3 panels. We have up here on the top bar, there's some things going on, and then we've got above that even more things going on. We'll break it down, okay? So this top bar up here is, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. We've already kind of did the create or open. That's fine. You can open a roster for viewing. You can save a roster. You can save a roster as something specific. You can preview a roster. You have options for sharing the roster. You can print the roster if you still have a printer. I don't know if that's still a thing in most households. You have all that stuff, and we've already kind of gone into that. Manage the data. All right. So on this left hand, this will come down here. These are all just kind of viewing options for different things. You can expand and collapse things. Not as important. Just little control things. There's copy. There's favorite. I think there's some like support features baked into that. Anyway, come over to this side here. This is the first kind of important panel. Okay, this is actually what's available in that faction. Okay. Now, if you probably know by now, or if you don't know, every single model in the game is sorted into a category of selection, right? We have HQs, we have troops, we have elites, we have fast attack, we have heavy support, we have flyers, we have dedicated transports. All these different models they have one of these keywords, right? And so now what you would do is you would build your roster factoring in the points, okay? So let's say, and we're just going to do this quickly. We'll do a Knight Commander Plesk. We'll do a bunch of conscripts. And as we're doing this, we're kind of filling in our roster. Now keep in mind, even with Combat Patrol, you have very specific requirements to what your roster can bring. If you have an issue, it will let you know here with the exclamation point. All right, it's going to let you know, hey, there's something wrong with your roster. All right, if you click on it, it will show you more or less what's wrong with your roster. So in this example, we have too many troop selections. All right, you can only bring 3 troop types in a combat patrol. Okay, so if you wanted to fix that, you would just start removing these boys here. All right, so now we don't have any validation errors. Now we're actually good. Okay. Now the middle section is where all your units are. That's your current roster. That's what you have. Okay. You can actually just kind of sort through them. You can collapse these menus to help you with sorting and looking at your roster. And then you have this third panel here on the right. Okay. This will actually allow you to make customizations to your troop type. So let's say I want 15 conscripts. Okay, I want more conscripts in here, right? I want 30 conscripts. Right. So now this conscript squad here has 30 conscripts, while my other conscripts have only 20, right? Let's go look into something that's a little bit more advanced, right? Here's a Knight Commander Plesk. Right? Now he's got a whole bunch of different choices of what he can bring. We've got weapon mounts. We can kit him out with weapon mounts. We can kit him out with whole weapons, sponson weapons. This is basically your loadout for each individual unit, right? This is how you'll be able to make your special kind of custom. This is how you customize your units. So that's just kind of a brief breakdown. Now it gets a bit more complicated when you're using your patrol detachments. I guess I can talk a little bit quickly on warlord traits. Like warlord traits, really you need to take a look at the core rulebook and really read that section on how to build your army and your roster. All right. Anyway, we have some validation errors right here. It's letting us know that Knight Commander Plus must have one selection of warlord trait, Cadia. Okay. So I would just come down here because I made him my warlord. Tactical training. We're good again. Whoops. I need to have one more selection of battle size. Yeah, that's a very special thing that happened there with this boy. Oh, you need to have the warlord. Basically, just following this will help you kind of find out what's going on. There's a battle size, 3 CP. This battle size right here is kind of like a map selection, like a mode selection. You would kind of use that. My recommendation for new players is to just kind of definitely take a look at the detachments. Like really take a look at the rules and read the battlefield rules, the command points, the command point benefits. Here's the different types of detachments that you can do. Think of detachments as recipes, right? Each detachment brings something unique. For example, a patrol detachment is either 1 or 2 HQs and 1 to 3 troops, right? And then if you have a warlord, you would get this +2 command points, right? Or if you take a battalion, right, it comes with at least 2 HQs and at least 3 troop site selections, but you would get a different command benefit, right? These are recipes that you have to build. So now let's proceed to the next stage. Like, let's say that we're good with this list and we want to use it. Ye old force orgs. So we would go ahead and save the roster. Let's go ahead and save it as a test stream list here. Alright, so now that roster is saved. Alright, here's a really cool thing that you can actually do to help you understand what the things that you brought are. You hit this little eye icon here. This will actually give you a kind of worksheet for your list. Okay? It will have special rules for each of your units, individual. It will give you profiles. It will give you weapon profiles. It has pretty much everything just kind of sorted out here for you. And then you can further kind of adjust this to minimize it in any way that maybe you don't want profiles, maybe you just want the name of the lists. Maybe you want a little bit of a profile summary, special rules, you don't want no rules. Like, you have all these kind of tools here to help you kind of sort through this information. Here's root costs, no costs. Now you just, you have that ability. And there's been lots of times for me personally where I'll have Battlescribe open on the side with just my units, just so I have a quick reference point for some of the special rules, right? So let's go into the next step, right? Let's say that you have a good list, you saved it, this is the list that you want to run, but you want to go and take this a step further. But before I proceed to the next step, I just want to ask everybody in the chat, do you have any questions so far? Does everything make sense? Is there anything that you're confused on? What's the meaning of life? I don't know, it seems to be just procreation. $42. I did say it. Yep, I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page as we kind of proceed. So I'm going to give you guys a chance to ask any questions so far on how to use Battlescribe to create your lists. Alright, so question segment is done. Let's go into the next subject. Alright, alright, let's say that you've sat there and you've went to our server and you got feedback on what you should bring on your list, and now you're ready to play your list. You want to import that list. You need to import that list into to TTS so that you can actually get ready to play, right? So here's what you need to do next. All right. Save your roster file. You're going to need that roster file. All right. And now we're going to go to, for people who have been on the stream, you've seen me bring this up a few times, but Battlescribe to TTS. Okay. I'm going to link you guys this in chat so you guys can check this out. Whoops, I messed that up. Here you go. Battlescribe to TTS, by the way. Alright. Very, very simple. Okay. Let me make a really quick edit to this Imperial list here. Let me swap out the Knight Plesk for like Company Commander. 2 Company Commanders. One of them's going to have a Power Axe. The other one's going to be a Warlord. He's going to have, I don't know, all this extra stuff here. This guy's just going to be chilling. Let me. What can I really help nail in the point here? Let's go with. You guys, this is going to be the coolest thing. Let's go with veterans, huh? Let's get some veterans in there. A few squads of veterans. Let's go with some Scout Sentinels. Why not? We'll fill this squad out. That's too many. Let's do another Scout Sentinel squad. And this one's gonna have blast cannons, right? What else? What else? How about some basilisks? Everybody likes basilisks. 1, 2, 3. There's a rule of 3. Let's duplicate that 3 times. Okay. 2019. Okay. We have. Oh, we're violating it. We have too many selections from veterans. So let's get rid of one of the veteran squads. Let's go. Let's get too many selections from elites. There we go. Alright, so let's save this. I'm going to show you guys exactly how valuable this next step is, okay? So we saved our roster, okay? And now we're ready to upload it. We're going to be uploading the roster file that we just created in Battlescribe to Battlescribe to TTS, okay? So we're going to go over here, battlescribe to TTS.net. We're going to go to upload roster, okay? We're going to come over to, where's my Battlescribe folder? Okay, here we go. Test stream. All right. It's pretty fast. It will give you this code here. Your roster code is this. This is what you need, by the way. Copy that. All right. Now, let's go back here. I think we have under maps and tools. Interesting. Here we go. Battlescribe to TTS. I hope this is is this an old one? I think this might be old. I'll have to update this. No, it's updated. Okay. Alright, so now, okay, we're in the Battlescribe to TTS. By the way, this is in the Battleforge. If you go to Maps, Tools, and Terrain, go to Tools, then go to Battlescribe to TTS. You need this. And it's included with Battleforge. Alright? So now, what you want to do is you want to paste that code in, right? And you want to hit Submit Code. Now you should have this. It should show up here just like this. Okay? I'm going to explain this to you in just a moment. It will fall into place. I guarantee it. You're going to understand 100% what's going on. So this panel right here is requiring you to submit models so that the information can be placed into the models. So what you need to do next is you need to go into your save files. Since we're playing Astra Militarum, Cadian, we're going to be going into Astra Militarum. And then there's a few mods in here, right? We just need this one. Here's a quick thing that I like to do. I like to hit expand. All right. and I need a commander, right? So we're still here in the expand menu. I hit commander in the search bar. All right, here we got one commander. We're gonna have two commanders. All right, what else are we gonna need? We're gonna need veterans. Veteran, okay? Veteran sergeant. Veterans, okay? What else are we gonna need? We're gonna need a scout sentinel. Scout sentinel. There he is. We're gonna need a last cannon model. I'll show you that in a bit. And then we're also gonna need basilisks, okay? We've got 2 models in here for basilisks. That's fine. All right, so we have a company commander. We're gonna have 2 company commanders. We're gonna have our veteran sergeant. We're gonna have veterans. Did we also do the conscripts? Veteran company commander. No, we didn't actually do conscripts. Let me grab that really quick. I knew I was forgetting something. Back to Astra Militarum, Imperial Guard 1, expand. Type in conscripts. Here we go. One simple conscript model. Alright. So now, in Imperial Guard 1, they have the save states, right? So there's one that has a last cannon in here. And I'm pressing just the number pad key up here. Here's the last cannon variant. Okay, so we have the regular Scout Sentinel, and then we have a last cannon Scout Sentinel. We've got our basilisks. We've got our veteran sergeant. We have veterans. Okay, and they're using their basic las guns. We've got the 2 company commanders, and we've got the conscript. Okay. So now, what we need to do is we need to assign these models to each of these panels, okay? So all you would do is you would click, all right? It says pick up an object to set as the model for conscript, okay? Pick up the conscript. Bam, we're done. We did it on the company commander by accident. We're gonna do it again. Boom. That's assigned. So what we're doing here is we're essentially assigning each of the models to each of these things, and it's gonna be very apparent as to why we're doing that in just a second. All right, let's do one for the veteran with the las gun. That's her, by the way. Veteran sergeant. We're good here. All right, scout sentinel with the multi-laser. That's our default boy here. And then scout sentinel with the last cannon. That's him right here. And then last but not least, the basilisks. All right. So now everything has been assigned to a panel here on Battlescribe to TTS. The next thing that we need to do is simply hit Create Army. We're going to wait for this to load. All right. Still loading. There. We've just saved ourselves so much time. We've created all the different troops, and they all have their profiles that are updated to Battlescribe. So if you actually hover over each of these, they have their loadouts. They have their warlord traits. They have their weapon loadouts. Like, here's our scout sentinels. Remember, we had three multi lasers in the Battlescribe, right? We have them right here. Here's last cannon sentinels, right? He's got a last cannon. Check out our basilisk, huh? Not bad, huh? Here's our squad of conscripts, you know, and then we would just kind of, you know, we would sort these boys out, right? We'd want, it's all one. Remember that we made one squad of conscripts 30 instead of 20. Here they are, right? Here's more. and it goes so much more. We're gonna get into the advanced stuff for these boys, but you know, just to show you guys that this is quite easy to do with Battlescribe to TTS. How are you changing the formation of the models? Basically, you're highlighting over these, you're picking them up, and you're pressing number pad 1 to get a straight line. Not number pad 1, I'm sorry. Number 1. It's very important because that is very specifically the... Here's 2, here's 3, here's 4, here's 5, here's 6, up until 6, right? Okay. Your 2 company commanders. I like to keep them nice and neat as best as I can, because the next step that we're going to be doing here is we're going to be saving these. It's the number pad row, not number pad. It's the numbers on the top of your keys. It's not numpad. Okay? So now what I would do, right, next is that we would go ahead and highlight, make a selection over all these units, okay? And then right click on one model that you think represents the army best. I guess a company commander is more appropriate, huh? And then right click on him and then come to save object, okay? And then we'll put TTS test stream. Now you can specify where you want to save these at, you know. Maybe you want to organize your save objects, that's fine. You know, TTS test stream. I'm going to delete this later, but yeah. All right. Save. Okay. Now you're done. Everything that you did here, it's over. It's done. You don't need to mess with this any more than you do now. So let's go back to our FTC map template, right? Let's go back to the FTC map template. I don't know what that is. I think it's really causing errors because I'm loading this map up so much. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Alright, so next up, we're going to load in everything that we just did now. Alright, now it's a saved objects, right? All you got to do is click and drag out. Boom. You're done. Okay? Any questions? We'll get into the next section. We'll talk a little bit about the advanced intricacies of what we can be doing with this. We'll be getting into that, Marnius. I'll show you exactly how you can do that. I very much picked this kind of list to illustrate those points. Don't worry, I got you covered, brother. I'll show you how to do that. I'm glad that everybody's learning some things, huh? I'm actually, what I'm really excited about is so many new people in here. I'm so happy that there's so many new people coming in to learn something. That's great. Alright, so let's talk a little bit as to what actually happened, because at face value this seems really amazing, right? But there's actually so much more actually going on here. I really need to pee, but I might miss something. You know, actually I have to use the restroom too. You want let's take a 5-minute break real quick, huh? I might actually go back to the video editor and make some video clips for this. I heard about Battlescribe to TTS, but I never saw it. Oh, you're gonna love Battlescribe to TTS. Let me let you know. By the way, boys, I'm gonna do a shout out here to the Hive Mind for his fantastic tool. Okay, he's on Battlescribe to TTS.net. His name is the Hive Mind. He's an amazing guy. Consider getting this guy a coffee, huh? Let him know that you're very grateful for his contribution. He does a lot of things. He's very active. He has a GitHub. You can actually submit tickets if you have an issue. He's very active there. He's an excellent guy. Love the dude. He does this for absolutely free. This is an absolute free feature. And while we're still talking about people who contribute, let's also give a shout out to the people that are updating the Battlescribe to TTS repo. I'm sorry, not Battlescribe to TTS repo. The Battlescribe data repo. There's the difference. Those boys, you can find those boys. Woo! Yeah, don't. Let me see if we can go open this community tab up. Huh. This would make a great introduction YouTube video. You know what? I might. Because the YouTube videos that are out are quite outdated. Maybe we do need this updated. I have to run to the restroom really quick. When we come back, we're going to get into the more advanced techniques of using Battlescribe to TTS. So stick with us here. Yeah, well, I'm pounding everybody here with a lot of knowledge. You know, you gotta process that. You know. It's a lot of information. But thankfully, we have an amazing, caring community that just loves to contribute. Knowledge is knowledge is power. Hide it well. I'm gonna have to find something to help me shout out these boys in the Battlescribe to TTS. That link doesn't work. In my opinion, I think that it's very much worth supporting anything that you can, especially when it comes to this, especially the nature of what we're doing here. We're saving so much money on models that we otherwise would be buying. For these kind of initiatives, the least we could do is buy someone a cup of coffee. You know what I mean? I did find a link for the Battlescribe data developers. Here's a link to their Discord. That's all they have for me. That is the Battlescribe to Battlescribe to TTS. The name is so catchy that I just use it everywhere. If playing on TTS gets you into playing at your local game store, supporting them too. That's true. Exactly. if you enjoy Warhammer 40k to the point that you're, constantly in here playing games, it's definitely worth it to try the game out IRL. Start off with a small army. Go out there and give it a try. It's worth picking up. Welcome back. I lack the financial means to get into Warhammer. I would never have even tried to learn it if it were not for you guys in TTS. Well, that's true. Warhammer 40k, especially if you want to get into the common 2,000 point list games, is so expensive, right? But there's also a solution for that. You can always try out Kill Team. Kill Team is a much cheaper, viable option to get your 40k gaming on, right? You can buy a ready to play. Well, I don't know ready to play, but you can buy like maybe $50 worth of models to get yourself a Kill Team. I know you can pick up a box of rubrics and be able to make a Kill Team out of that. Kill Team is a fantastic game. We have a lot of helpful mentors on the server. There's people in there that are so dedicated to helping out new people. I'm doing my part. I actually started the hobby during the pandemic. I have No Fear and Indominus. I was eventually going to build something via that to play in my local game store when COVID goes bye-bye. I don't really want to speak too much on COVID, but it's cool that you're getting into the game. That's fantastic, brother. Shout out to Megataku and Beaky on Discord. Yep, those guys are anybody who's actually dedicated to being a mentor has my respect. Like those people who just set aside their time to, and these are very long games. These can be like 5-hour games, right? That's a lot of time. But that's what our community is full of. It's full of people who want to give back and want to get people into the hobby. So you're in the right place. All right, so let's go. Okay, so we let's recap as to what we did here. We learned how to mess with Battlescribe to make our rosters, all right? And then we got into Battlescribe to TTS, how to import those rosters. But we're going to go over a little bit some of the more advanced features of Battlescribe to TTS. There's some really useful things that you can learn. Now, we'll just start off here. Now, what if you have a horde army that has lots of squads, and you're going to be playing a game where you're going to be charging up any reason? It could be for any reason, right? So here's what you do. Okay, you select the unit of what you want to distinct. Right. Let's say we were gonna name this. We're gonna make this we want this to be distinguished differently from these other squads of conscripts. Okay. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna highlight them, like so, and you're gonna hit numpad 1. All right. Numpad 1 is gonna bring up this menu here. All right. And I'll get into all the other ones. Let me just show you this really quick. If you come down to the bottom of this menu, of this window, you'll have these little tabs of colors. All right. Now, if you click them with the highlight selected and exit, that squad is now red. Okay. Now, it uses TTS's highlight feature, but now without having to name everything or mess around with notes on it, now you know that this is your red squad. Okay. You have these guys here. Maybe you want to put them somewhere on the board. I should probably load up a test map, huh? There we go. Now, let's say, you know, you want these guys to be distinguished differently too. Maybe you want to give these conscripts a different color. Maybe you want to give them green. All right, that's fine. Green squad. Here is another one. We'll give them blue. Okay. And you can do this with anything, right? You can do this with these basilisks back here. Sorry, right click. Just kind of tuition there. Numpad 1. There's red. Numpad 1. Blue. It was numpad 1. Yep. Numpad 1. Red. Numpad 1 on this. Blue. Okay. Very useful thing to distinguish your army units differently from especially if you have these horde heavy armies. This is very important and it saves you so much time. Okay. You don't have to do it like this. I mean, you got a whole bunch of different colors. There we go. And so now that it's persistent. One thing I would like to let you know is that you want to do this after you load your army in, okay? Don't do this and then save it, because there will actually be some problems with that, right? What you want to do is you want to have a kind of clean, if you will, army, and then you want to apply these kind of changes to them, right? So don't do the color thing and then save it and then expect everything to be a-okay. Do it after. Do it afterwards. The numbers on the number row, not numpad. Okay, so yeah, if you want to rearrange your blob, okay, you just hit the number keys on the top of your keyboard, okay? So right under your F1 through 12 keys, those number they control this kind of stacking ability, right? The color thing that we're doing here is from hitting numpad 1 and entering this menu here. Now, some viewers might not know how to how to quickly fix blob ups, right? So what he's talking about, blob up. Come here. All right, so there's sometimes, you know, let me load in a map just so that we have a map for the sake of having a map. So this big thing here, I'm going to explain. Additive load. Incursion. Confirm. Confirm. Okay. So like, what if you're kind of adjusting your troops and you have a really big blob and, you know, you're trying to position them away. I see that there's, anyway, let me finish what I was saying. So have you ever had that happen to you where you're just kind of moving and then all of a sudden the blob up happens here? Okay. Don't let this go. Hit escape and it will reset your units. Okay. Or you can hit, you know, you can blob them up and then you hit numpad 2 and you get all this right here. But blob ups are pretty common, but there's ways to fix them. So I was saying that I like the new collision map. I like that somebody actually made sensible collision boxes here. So that's very useful to know. The next thing that I want to talk about is these menus, right? I probably should have talked about this first before the colors, but whatever. It doesn't matter. This is off the script. All right, so when you hit numpad 1, it brings up this contextual menu. All right, what you'll have here is a name of the model that you have selected. All right, it has your costs here. These are really quick referencing things, and it's your opponent can do this too, so that they can also reference their profiles and whatnot. Okay, you'll have the special abilities down here. This is using the information from Battlescribe. You have your profiles down here. You know, movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, wounds, attacks, leadership, saves. Here's your weapon profiles. They all have frag. Oh, well, they all have frag grenades. It's really abilities blast. Okay, they updated that. Cool. Last guns. Okay, rapid fire 1. Right, and so your opponent can actually reference this as well. Yeah. So they'll be able to do this. They'll be able to look at these, and it's very important, especially when you have like HQ things that nobody really knows what. Just hitting numpad 1 on these guys will bring up their, abilities. I know one of these guys is our warlord. This is our warlord here. Keyword warlord. And then they have the weapons and all that good stuff there for everyone to reference. Okay. So that is how we look at the contextual menus. Does Battlescribe TTS work with other games like Age of Sigmar and Horus Heresy? No, I don't think so. Is there any way to change the stats on that page for any increase? Like DE combat drugs, Dark Eldar combat drugs. What you would do, what you can do is you could kind of right click and add these things, or maybe you want to edit the name to indicate some kind of change for the unit. That's always a good thing. But no, there's no real way to add changes to the contextual menu. Now there are some other abilities that you can do. Let's talk a little bit about multi-wound units, right? Now every one of my basilisks has an 11 out of 11 and then the name, right? It says 11/11, right? That's what we use to track the wounds, okay? Now let's say that someone attacked my basilisk and gave it like 3 wounds, right? If I hit numpad 2, why is it going by 2? That's weird. Occasionally this kind of bug happens. I think it's a bug. Alright, let's go to a model that... Oh, I know what. Let me try reloading this army in again. I think there might be an issue with when you double load armies. Let me try this again. It's not perfect, I will tell you guys. I'll be honest with you, but it's very, very good. Alright, that seemed to be an issue. Okay, so basically, let me go back to what I was saying before. If you take wounds or you gain wounds or whatever, hitting numpad 2 will reduce the wound by 1. Hitting numpad 3 will add 1 wound. So this is just a small quality of life kind of change, but I mean it's enough to mention, right? So just a very quick way to add and allocate wounds, especially on multi-wound models. I believe there was some kind of issue where I loaded the army twice in a map, and then so the inputs doubled for whatever reason. I don't know why. So that's numpad 2 and numpad 3. Okay. Next one. Numpad 4. Numpad 4 and 5 add this sort of circle. It's like it's a circle. Obviously it's a circle. I say that because there's a spear, cylindrical one. But anyway, you can measure out and quickly create these lines, right? So I'll tell you some of the practical reasons for this, why you would want that. What if you're trying to make it in a way that you're holding one end of the map and you want to deny deep strike area, right? So you would, this would be a very good indication as to where the enemy cannot deep strike, because this is a 9-inch radius circle. So like, this would deny, and we would do this. This would deny that. Right? And so this will very quickly show us a radius around each of the models. So I mean, my most practical use for this is denying area for deep striking, because deep strike, you can't deep strike within 9 inches of an enemy model. This is a very quick way to find out what's within 9 inches of a model, right? But this could be used for something else. Maybe you wanna measure the distance. Maybe you wanna measure the range of things. 48 inches of range. I guess you could do that. That's absurd. Is this gonna be on YouTube? I'll try my best, bud. What else? Yeah, it's very useful because you could do this in ways where it's very practical for you to do. Maybe you want to find out what your rapid fire range is very quickly. These conscripts have 24, so that would be like 14 inches of range. I'm sorry, 12 inches of range for rapid fire. So, you would measure it from back there, or maybe you want to measure it from back here. 12 inches of range gets rapid fire. The uses for this is kind of, limitless. And hitting numpad 5 reduces the range of it, by the way, until it's nothing. So just mouse over the unit and hit those numpad 4 and 5. All right. Now, what if your model is on a base that is cylindrical? Yeah, okay. So I think I broke it. I don't know how I did that. Did I copy? It's not perfect, guys. Okay, back to 11 wounds. Measuring, okay. So hitting numpad 6 changes the shape. Yeah. So some bases are cylindrical, like egg shape. Like Riptides and other models like that, Mauler Fiends, these very these egg-shaped things. This is a good way to measure that, right? And so numpad 6 and numpad 7 will rotate these bases for you. Okay. Yeah. Numpad 7 seems to do a whole bunch of different... Their base map index, I don't know what that means. But, yeah, this mess around with this if you have, just cycle between numpad 6 and numpad 7 to kind of mess around with these kind of shapes, right? And then there's like, things that you can do where it's like it doesn't have the second cylinder, or, you want it so you have like a minimum distance. You kind of have those kind of tools available for you. Numpad 8. Measuring 3 inches. I don't know what numpad 8 does. It does something. This is as intuitive as the Star Wars Legion mod. It's not that bad. But you have the tools available for you to help with quality of life stuff. And so, is there anything else that I'm missing? I think that is about it. You've got your profiles here on your contextual menu. You hit numpad 1 to bring this up. You've got the color panels here to allow you to change the unit's color. You have your quick wound tracker with numpad 2 and numpad 3. Then you have your radius with numpad 4 and 5. How do you deal with multi-levels on a building? Okay, so if somebody's doing a good job with their mesh, they're gonna have it so can this go down? Let me was it tuck? Yeah, if you're doing a good job with your mesh, you'll have it like this, right? So there's no mesh here on the first floor on the walls. There's only a mesh down here and a mesh on the second floor. So hopefully if you're playing on a good map that has consideration to players, you'll have a mesh map that's similar to this. If you're unfortunate and if you're unfortunate enough to have a weird building with just horrible collision maps, my friend, good luck to you. I hope that it works out for you. The best thing I can tell you at that point is, get ready to Finnick. There are some things that you can do. Obviously, your auto raise lifts the object up. That's this value up here. If you hit R, you can raise it even higher. Okay. If you're holding it and you need to kind of tuck it, you can either hit T or hold down right mouse button, and that will get you to tuck underneath, right? So above. But as you can see, it's not perfect. It's not perfect at all. Okay? That's the best advice I can give you. Obviously, this is a fantastically meshed map. It's not very appealing as a playmat per se, but the guy did a good job meshing his models. So I think you hold control. It measures. Are you talking about lifting up models and measuring their distance like this? Yep. That's actually holding down tab, right? So if you want to make measurements and stuff, I was hoping that they had a quick upright. Oh well, guess not. Yeah, so like if you want to measure out distances, it's a very easy process, by the way. Right, let's just say that we need to run past these buildings, right? You actually wouldn't do this because it's not really for the rules. You have to You have to measure a little bit more in-depthly than this, but let's say we wanted to move them out 10 inches. If you hold down the tab key while you're holding the models in your hand, you'll have the line tool pop up. And it's very useful, right? It helps you measure these distances out. There you go. Now let's say that we have, you know, maybe there's something over here and we want to determine some ranges, right? Basically, what you would do is you would hold down tab, and what happens is that it snaps, the line tool snaps around the base of the model, okay? And then it'll snap to the other model, okay? Very useful for determining ranges, unit cohesion, you know, just charge distances. Just checked if it works for Horus Heresy. It does. Oh, okay. Right on, man. That's good. So yeah, like there's this is how you would measure your distances out. And anything with a collision, it will snap to. I thought that was an excellent feature that TTS added, and it really does help. Alright, so that's going to be the end of this segment. Do we have any questions with the advanced features for Battlescribe to TTS? You can go ahead and ask me anything. I will answer to the best of my ability. Does that always snap to the closest part of the model? Not always the closest part of the model, no. It does snap to the base of the model. So like, even with this, I'm not 100 if this is a thing anymore, but I think this is how you measure, right? Because the base is back here, right? But this is the closest part of the model, right? So there's still some instances where you would actually measure freely. Unless that was changed in 9th edition. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So that's really cool that it works. I don't actually know. Hey, hi there, Cthulhu 786. We're just teaching people the intricacies of Battlescribe to TTS. It's very useful, like when you have. Here's a good reason that you might want to do something like this. Maybe you have a very large blob, right? 2 inches of cohesion, and if it's a big unit like this, then it needs to be 2 models within 2 inches of one another. So this is a very good way to check for coherency. You know, this helps with legal bubble wrapping and stuff like that. And then you combine that with, you know, deep strike denial, like if you need to screen up, you know, you would just combine these things, like all these different features. 9-inch area denial. This is illegal. This is a legal setup. You can actually do this with conscripts. Like, one squad of 30-man conscripts can actually deny deep strike for a lot of stuff. Yeah, this is what you would refer to as a conga line, yes. And it's legal. to you'd have to tighten that up a bit. Yeah, that's true. Blast is still a thing. That will shred infantry if enough things have blast. But that's more of tactics and like the metagame, in my opinion. Basilisks with blast weapon profiles, huh? That's cool. So like if you're shooting at hordes, you get 6 dice. That's hilarious. What is Deep Strike? Deep Strike is when your opponent moves a model on the board, essentially. It's basically like a teleportation strike. It's like a... There's lots of different ways that they word it. It's like, you know, models that are coming up from the sky because they were parked in orbit, or, you know, units that are in reserves, or, you know, basically a deep strike is a movement that you can make anywhere on the board. Now there are some limitations within that, but like it's supposed to be after turn 1 or turn 2 rather, and it can't be within 9 inches. I do know that there's some special rules that allow you to deep strike within like 3 inches of enemy. I'm not specific on which ones, but that is a thing I know. When you're measuring with range circles, can the opponent see them as well? Yes. Dean Stealer Colts, Custodes, and Grey Knights have tools to arrive outside of 3 inches. Okay. That's also true. That is also correct. You can technically deep strike any unit. You have to pay CP to do so. Absolutely, that is the case. There's a stratagem that allows. It's called Tactical Reserves, and for each power level or something, you pay a CP for. It's weird. Games Workshop still hasn't decided if it wants to use power level or points. Yeah. Yeah, I can break these videos down and upload that to YouTube. I mean, it's been a long time since we've had any kind of updates to any video in regards on how to set up and play. So, this is good. And I did almost all the setups. Like I did Battlescribe, I did Battlescribe to TTS, I did how to load up maps, how to create maps. Damn, I covered everything. The only thing I haven't covered is how to play the game. Is Tabletop Simulator for free? It is not, unfortunately. Tabletop Simulator is retail $20. They do occasionally have some sales, and I'm pretty sure you can get some keys on the discount for lower than that. It goes on sale for $10. Yes, it does. But there is a lot of free content on TTS, however. That's correct. Someone sneezes and bam, TTS is on sale. I'm gonna reach out to the TTS devs. I wonder if they would be willing to give us some more keys to give out. And reach out to the Berserk devs to give me some key crack fix. My Steam key addiction to give away. Somebody mentioned that using a transport and something else was really good for beginners. Why was that? His logic and his reason for that, I think, is just... That is an excellent question. I can't give you an immediate answer. I have 100 gigabytes of free content cached on my TTS folder. It's true. TTS is it's a free market of different games. Gonna run, got some dinner before playing friend and teaching them how to tooltip with Battlescribe, hopefully. Thanks for the knowledge. No problem, my friend. Enjoy your evening, sir. And hope you get some good food. It's free real estate. I like TTS. TTS is my go-to game. You know, something that I've noticed a lot of really smart, big galaxy brain people do is use Tabletop Simulator as a platform to promote their Kickstarters and their games, right? Like, some people have recognized that TTS is a fantastic tool and have actually used TTS to build and create blueprints and prototypes for their Kickstarter games. Do you download TTS through Steam? Yes. It is only available on Steam. Is it available on good old gaming too? Well, I wouldn't want it. The reason that you want it on Steam is because you want that Steam Workshop access. Yep. For the TTS, I'm sorry, for the Warhammer 40k stuff though, like all this comes from the Battleforge. Because of Warhammer TTS, renewing my interest in GW, I've spent $700 on physical models. Hey, Pino Carter. What's up, man? You spent $700? Dang, bro. That's extreme. Would you be willing to do a model creation stream sometime later in the month? I'd love to put my own models in the game, so I have a custom army. That's a little bit more complicated than this stuff. I've bought several armies thanks to TTS. Have people made maps with upper and lower levels, like a cliff map? I think I saw something like that. There's actually not too many maps out. That's why I'm encouraging you guys to create your own maps. I hope you guys do that. There's like no onslaught. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on incursion, which is combat patrol. So 500 point games. There's nothing for onslaught. There is a few maps for Strike Force. Let's take a look at some of these, huh? Alright, let me load up a new instance of the FTC template. Grand Tournament Strike Force missions. Here's Wintry Woods. I don't know who this is by. Oh, that's interesting. I like that one. Look at that. Is this symmetrical? Oh, it's symmetrical as well. And it has snow. You guys understand how cool this is? Who made this map? I would like to know who made this map so I can give them an adequate spot, a shout out. Unfortunately, the way that this goes is when we make these maps, we don't really actually make too much note on who uploads them. Or not make these maps, but when we make the Battleforge, we just kind of go through zooming and not really paying it too much attention. That's something that we should probably work on better, is better attribution. And that is something that I'm going to be pushing, especially with all the new help that I'm getting for maintaining Battleforge. Dragon Force changed my mind, my life. If this guy made a good map, let's test this map out, huh? We're going to really put a test to this map. Unfortunately, we didn't retain the 50 viewerships consistently for 3 hours, so. But maybe we'll do it tomorrow, huh? Okay, so something that I look at when I play my games is I'm looking for the usage of collision maps. I'm looking at like how easy it is to position my units for the map, as well as the thematic game themes. It's not the only thing that I look for, but it's definitely a very important part. So one thing I notice is that these trees have a weird collision. I would highly, like, here's an edit that I would make, since these trees do not have that same weird collision map. And trees are really difficult. I would do this. I would come in and go to thick woods, get custom. Oh, this is an asset bundle, that's why. So I can't even access the mesh map. So one of my big criticisms is that if you're using trees, make it completely basically make it without any collision map on it, because I don't like this. This is not good. But he did it on this side, so that's great. Same thing over here. I mean, this really takes away from the playing space of the map. Hey, we appreciate all the follows, by the way. How about these, that's not too bad. I mean, you could tell that the collision map is a little wonky, but I think he did it as best as he could. Here we go. That's what I like. Just because it's a snow trail or whatever doesn't mean I want my unit to step on it and be all messed up. So I appreciate that he actually did this right here. And this makes sense to me, right? Because this is snow. This is not like something that they would be standing on per se, but standing in. So that's fine. That makes perfect sense. He also did a good job over here. I like this. Maybe you want to lower that a little bit. Just a little bit, but not a big deal. So, blood ravens that are dead but don't actually have a mesh, I approve. That makes it easy. Here we have walls for these building areas with no collisions on the first level. How about the second floor? Nice. Oh no, he did the... That's really nice. this is how you make a good map, right? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Notice just because it's 2 levels, right, and it has walls, doesn't mean that it's actually, walls there. If there were walls there, it would make, positioning a large amount of conscripts a fucking nightmare, to say the least. But here, we can easily access that first level there, or that second floor rather. And look at that. It's just, I think that's a concave mesh right there. Allows things to go up through it. I like that. So I like that he did that there. I think it's very excellent. That's a very good map making practice. This is something I would love to play on. TTS has come so far in just the past year. Yeah, it's really because everybody's pushing for new things. 9th edition, it's just been a lot of things, and then COVID, and things have been rolling, right? Crater does not have a collision mesh, so that's great. We have no collision mesh here. That's great. Just because collision meshes are a thing doesn't mean that we actually have to use them, guys. Look at that. Like, if this had a collision mesh, this would be impossible to do. But now, without the collision mesh, this makes so much sense. Right? That makes total sense. So that's a great map. And you said that this was by... who was it?
Speaking of marketing, one of today's greatest marketing triumphs in the entertainment field is video games. It's a business which has tripled in size in just 3 years. Ron Hendren went out in the field to bring us this special report.
Someone mentioned the map maker's name, but Dragon Force changed my life. Is he on? Did he upload this to the workshop? I want to get a link in here. I mean, you'll get access to this map if you have the Battleforge, but I'm pretty sure some people would want a direct link to this. I cannot find him. Surely he uploaded on the workshop uploads. Here, let's try a different way. Alright, this is called Maps. Okay, let's go Maps. It says Strike Force, Wintry Woods. Workshop. Wintry Woods. Alright guys, if you guys want a link to this map right here you go. Be sure, if you guys want to check this out, this is a Strike Force map. It's called Wintry Woods. It's by Dragon Force Changed My Life. Just go ahead and drop a like on there and grab that for yourself. It's in the Battleforge, featured onto the Battleforge, so just make sure to also share some love there to these boys. Let's go take a look at what we have for retrieval. Want to see. So yeah, that was a very good example of what a good map is about. Illustrating a very nice, it really, he had a scene playing out, right? So it had a very good and strong narrative feel. It was very cinematic, right? It was it very much felt like we were in the middle of a snowfield, right? I like his use of the effects to achieve that. His meshing is on point. That was great. The only thing I would really improve on is the trees on the sides. They have collision maps and they're using asset bundles for some reason, so I would definitely suggest for him to replace that with something, or whatever. But get those meshes out from the trees. You don't need them. And I like the symmetry of it. I thought it was very symmetrical, so it's a very competitive map. So I would give that guy a very high rating. Don't know what I would give him, but it would be a very high rating. Let's go, and we're going to be checking out the next map here. This one's called Retrieval. All right, we're going to additive load this one in. All right. Let me just see if I can find the author of this one quickly. Retrieve. Is that the... Yeah, this is it. So this one's by Onia. Is Onia in chat? I could have swore that was a name. Sounds very familiar. Here you guys go. If you guys want to link to this one's by Onia. We're gonna review that one here in just a second. This one's it's called Retrieval. It is a Strike Force mission. So it would be with that one mission type in there. It would be Strike Force and then Retrieval. Strike Force, Retrieval. So this is what we're actually looking at. Alright, so let's take a look. I like it. Just from the initial, just kind of top-down view, it looks good. It looks very colorful and vibrant, and I love the depth in it. Using all these grass, using the grass on there really makes it feel like there's a lot of life happening on this map. So I'm a big fan of that. Right, this does look like this isn't a overgrown kind of battlefield. I like that. I'm a big fan. I also like these craters as well. So some really good stuff. So cinematically, I think that there is a bit of some cinematics going on here. It does, like, could you actually make a video trailer with this kind of map? Like, I think so. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's certainly not the worst that I've seen. And this is optimized once again for the mission type Retrieval and the Strike Force mission pack. Alright, so let's go ahead. We're going to test it out with our models once again to really see what's going on here. Okay, let's take a company commander and a basilisk. All right. Moderately sized centerpiece is legit. Some maps may get way too excited to use gigantic structures. That's true. I think some maps are overdo it, but there's so much space on this map too. I'm so used to the incursion combat patrol map sizes. So let's go ahead here and test a little bit. You got something interesting happening here. It's like some kind of snapping is going on. So yeah, that's not too bad. How about can we tuck it? Okay. So this this ladder does not need to have a mesh on it. This does not need a mesh. That's something I could definitely suggest an improvement on. Meshing on the woods is fine. I could definitely see someone making texture, not texture, but terrain packs that have good terrain, good meshing, collision mesh. I would use that. Yeah, these are not such a big deal. I mean, they're obviously meant to be these big giant walls that, you know, no matter what, you're not going to be able to get through. But really, honestly, we don't need a collision mesh, because like if I have a big thing right here, you know, this container is going to interfere with my placement of this tank. Let's just say for whatever reason I need to put this tank right here. Okay, like it's going to be annoying to deal with a mesh on this big giant thing, right? One thing I'd like to add, which I forgot during the list making part, make sure your models have the measurement movement toggle. That way when you pick them up, it'll automatically bring the measurement tool up. What are the rules on that container pile? Light cover, scalable, exposed position. Again, here we have a mesh for this. I know, like, I understand that, you know, oh, there's no way that anything's gonna really care about this having a mesh, but honestly, if you want this to be like multi-leveled, which I think he does, just put a mesh on the top floor, like what we've seen before, and just leave the rest of it alone. Like, leave the rest of it without a mesh. So, not a big fan of the containers. Again, we've got a situation where we have meshing going on here and happening. I think I can tell that he may have done something with this mesh a little bit. Or maybe that's just the tank, right? I think it might be the tank, but let me get the commander. There's nothing more annoying than having to fiddle around with meshes while I'm playing. When you could just make this, you know, kind of see-through or without a mesh. Should be fine. Do you need Unity or something to modify meshes? Honestly, you could just you don't have to make a mesh by scratch. You can use colliders that are already made. So I could do, I don't know, okay, this is a freaking asset bundle. I hate asset bundles. But yeah, for this case specifically, you would have to mess with it in Unity. It's annoying. Here's the walls that we saw before. Whoever made that was a very, very big brain boy. This is exactly what you need to do. So more containers here. So I mean, I like the theme of this map. I will say though that there's there's not a lot, like there's not too much to ruin it. Like I think that this is a very playable map, but I would definitely look into, you know, maybe reducing the meshing a bit on, especially for the containers and stuff like that. I think the community is heading in a direction where it's like, all right, we don't need all these meshes like that anymore. It's actually easier to play games with less mesh collision maps and stuff. So if he wanted to improve this, and if I were to make a suggestion to this user, I would tell him, I would introduce him to the concept of reducing these collision maps, especially for these industrial structures here. I know it seems like a small deal, but I mean, whenever you're playing with a lot of models, like and shit like this happens, I guarantee you're gonna hate your life. Like if you got a big blob of these boys and like you're trying to tuck them in here, this is fucking annoying to deal with. Okay, you're gonna hate it. See what I'm saying? Like, what if I want to put all these guys on the, you know, underneath here to take advantage of the cover? Well, you wouldn't really need to deal with that if there was no collision mesh, but since there is, deal with it. Like, you just imagine that, right? Just, you know, and then it's like auto raising it, and it's just a pain in the ass to deal with. Oh, I wanna put this guy underneath here. Good luck, buddy. Let us know. Good thing sliding is the thing. Oh wait, hang on. More meshes. So like, it's just really small things like that. Which key ranks the models like that? The number row above the letter keys. Yeah. So, it's additionally, you're gonna notice these kind of things whenever you're trying to wrap around objects like this. You know, maybe not so much on the boxes here. I mean, but they're certainly not helpful. Like, I would rather this have no collision on the walls, similar to how these walls were made, and only have a collision mesh on the top, right? That way I can slide things quickly into position and then make the small adjustments that I need so that it makes sense to what it looks like. So craters are good. These are good. These are good. I'm all happy with all this. But then this shit. Right? This is a nightmare. Like, oh man, you know, I really don't want to deal with this. Like, I guarantee you this is where a lot of your time will go if there's too many things like this on a map. This is what extends your time in games. Anyway, so this map I already showed you guys. It's called WH40k GT 2020 Strike Force Mission Retrieval, and this is by a collaborative effort with Onia and Dragon Force Changed My Life. I can assume that Dragon Force's template stuff was not template stuff, but the objects were used there. Yeah, it's a symmetrical. Once again, this is a competitive map. This is a symmetrical map, but there's a lot of stuff going on in it. It makes it very good. One thing I forgot to mention was the grass. I like the grass. The grass really adds more 3D dimensionability to the map. Really helps break up that texture, which I feel like is a special kind of consideration to take when making maps. Just having the eye for that. But once again, I would like to see less collision meshes on some of these containers and buildings. on either side of the map. But other than that, I would give it a high rating. It's a good map. Not as good as the winter one though. What if there were really thin collision walls? Yeah, like what if we could break through collision walls, dude? That'd be great. I think it's a good map. And if he wants to take this map to the next level, he would just, you know, just mess with that. It's not too big of a deal. Big deal. Let's take a look at another map, huh? I see the craters have been left behind. That's funny. Yeah, maybe thin walls might be better. Just, you know, get rid of the cylinder-esque thing there. Maybe leave some space in the collision mesh to allow units to kind of move a little bit into it, right? That might help. What else do we have? Let's go to maps and tools. Incursion. Wait, no, not incursion. Strike Force. Ruined District. This sounds interesting. Oh, hey guys. Wow, look at this one. Oh, that looks like a trailer-esque map ready to go right there, bud. Very cinematic. Are there even trees in 40k? Like, are there even trees in the 41st millennium? Osgiliath from Lord of the Rings. Is this symmetrical? I don't think it is, actually. Yes, otherwise, how would oxygen be a thing? Well, other plants. Alien plants, you know? It's just that every time I look at 40k games, there's never really trees. O2 scrubbers, yeah, like on Terra, there's no water. So how would tree? You know, there's some. Maybe. Okay, I take that back. I know Death Worlds have trees that want to eat you. Most likely. It looks less symmetrical to me. Yeah, this is. But you know that's fine. Then that, you know what that means? That means that this is a narrative. No wait, it is symmetrical actually. Kinda. It's asymmetrical. Ish. It's symmetrical, but not quite symmetrical. So I guess technically yes, it's asymmetrical. Like there's obviously an effort to make things a bit symmetrical here. Like, for example, there's fires on some of the things. Well, on the other sides there's not, but that's, for the most part, it looks symmetrical in terms of buildings and ruins. I would say that this is, it's symmetrical enough to be considered a competitive map. But it's very interesting because this looks like a very narrative based map. Alright, but as we know, that's not always what makes the map good. So let's see your mesh work. Bad. That's bad. Sandbags should not have collision mesh. Like, imagine the nightmare it would be to put a squad in that. This building doesn't need a mesh. No, you can't put a mesh on it. Like, or I'm sorry, you can't put a unit on it. This should be considered unstable position, which means you cannot end a move on top of this terrain feature. So why does it's an acid bundle? Okay. These kind of things only serve to frustrate. I'm not saying that, you know, people are going to get mad about this. Like, I'm just saying that it's kind of frustrating. It could be better, basically. Alright, these trees don't have meshes. It's great. Alright, so we have no meshes on the first floor. Oh, whoa, what's this? There's a mesh here. This is what I'm talking about, boys. Hello there. We're doing good. We're just criticizing some maps that were used for the Battleforge. But I mean, there's no meshes. But you see, there's this weird like cube or strip of mesh that's messing with everything. Other than that, I mean, it would be great. Just, you know, trim it down, trim this, break that mesh on this corner here. Oh, look at how far it comes out, bro. Now, okay, I know it, right? It doesn't seem like a big deal, right? But what if you're moving your units through here? You're gonna be so frustrated, dude. I guess it's not too bad. Just that weird mesh. So it's so weird because this one has a good mesh, right? You have no mesh on the walls, which you don't need, and you have a somewhat trimmed mesh on the second level, and then there's a third level here. This is a good mesh. So here's a good example of that very same terrain piece, but done good. Just finished a short game of 5 hours. Let the guard float. Yeah, so far my only criticism for this map is the weird meshes on these ruins here. Other than that, oh, and the statue. The statue doesn't need a mesh. It literally doesn't matter because the rest of it's pretty good. So yeah, with only the two thing I would criticism that I would have is remove mesh maps from this feature here. Get rid of that mesh map. You don't need it. Also on this side, and then probably maybe look towards fixing this mesh right here. If you could do that, then this is a fantastic A+ map, right? It's very cinematic. It's very theme. There's a theme here. There's a story being told, but it's also symmetrical, so it's a competitive map as well. I wonder if this is optimized for a specific game mode. Let's find the author of this one. Ruined District. By I Make Elevator Music. Great map. Might want to check those. Redundant. And if you guys want a link to also check out, there you go. It's called Ruined District. It is a Strike Force map. And that is by I Make Elevator Music. Let's do like one more. You know how to paint a particular model? I want to make a full Sons of the Phoenix army. I do painting, yes. What do you mean, like paint a particular model? Like, you mean actually IRL painting, or do you mean like texturing? Just so I know the context of what you're talking about. Yeah, like texturing inside TTS. Is there an easy way? Easy. That really depends on what you would consider easy. That's more like a philosophical question. So, yes, you can texture. You can texture models. It really depends on if they're an asset bundle or not, right? So if it's a regular model, like so, which is a veteran, you can actually quite literally copy the diffuse image and open it into a paint editor and retexture it from there. Is it easy? Again, philosophical question. Are you good with Photoshop? Are you good with any photo editing? Like, if you're good at it, then okay, maybe it might be easy. But if not, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Now, if you have an asset bundle, asset bundles are a different story altogether. In fact, you would need the source material. Orange Blue Hue, his Primaris Marines have source files that he's released to the public, and you're actually able to open it in a very specific version of Unity with very specific plugins made by Tabletop Simulator to actually compile asset bundles and unpack them. dude, there's a lot to that. Orange Blue Who, if you check him out on YouTube, he makes a very good tutorial on how to edit asset bundles, and more importantly, how to edit his asset bundles. But again, you're gonna probably need a little bit of background in Photoshop because all his assets use Photoshop specific files. It ain't easy being cheesy, certainly for a tabletop simulator modeler. GIMP might be alright if you know what you're doing too. Yep, GIMP, any photo editing will be fine. I use Photoshop because I have the Photoshop suite, the Adobe Creative Cloud. Yeah, but with what? Anything. Any photo editing. I guess you could technically edit you could technically edit a texture file with Paint. I think they literally take the picture of the model on every angle and use a software to make a 3D model. Alright, time to learn how Ninth works. Oh, welcome. We're actually probably not going to have too much time for an actual game for Ninth, but we'll be back tomorrow to do maybe a game. I'm trying to branch out a little bit because basically all the content that we've been doing on stream has just been basically learning games, which is fine. But what was actually happening is that it would be 3 games for the day, and that was a 18-hour stream. So you can imagine the kind of, you know, problems with that. So I'm trying to branch out the content on the stream. That's why we're actually talking about maps and looking at some maps that people have created that we have featured on the Battleforge. Let's load up another one. Let's take a look at what we have here. By the way, all of this comes pre-packaged in the Battleforge. So if you have the Battleforge, you'll actually get access to all this. Learned a lot on setting up games and custom maps. Yeah, we're trying to branch out, bro. Let's take a look at downtown. So let's go additive load. Got any good Necron themed ones to show off? We can take a look. There may not actually be too much of that. I know I've seen some 8th edition ones, but I don't think that there might not be any for... There's Catachan Jungle, Overgrown Ruin, Experimental Factory, Desert Bones, Neo Construction, Block War. I don't actually think there is a Necron themed map, but I am pushing people to see if they want to get some mod spotlights on them. So we're gonna have a map submission channel added to the server at one point, and then I want people to upload their maps, their links to their workshops there, so that we can add and build this this map pull up, so that people can get access to that, as well as go over what they've done. So no Necron specific maps so far. Alright, so here we have, what was this one called again? Jesus, I was just looking at the name. This is a Strike Force. This is Downtown. There's a 60 by 44 map. It's very simple. Initially, it's not as thematic as some of the other ones that we've seen. Like, pretty much every single one that I've seen so far has had a lot of cinematic theme going on, you know. This one seems to be very much I don't know, this feels more like just straight up competitive, right? It really reminds me of like an ITC map. So there's that. We have some good meshing here, not so much meshing on the barricades here. We got good meshing on these. Oh no. Oh, you monster. So this has a mesh. That's not good. And then we have the containers again. You see, it's very interesting that this creator doesn't have a mesh. Is this an asset bundle? No, it's not. So a quick fix for that would be copy collider. Right click, custom. Replace, import. Right? Alright, welcome to actual playable Crater Town. Alright, we're good here. Once again, we've got mesh that doesn't need to be here. What is this obstacle? Heavy cover, unstable position. So it's an unstable position, so you can't be on top of it. So each of these are a section. That absolutely does not need any kind. Sorry. Here we go. But yeah, so I would look at the meshes on this map. Yeah, there definitely doesn't need to be meshes on everything. The buildings that he does use have sensible meshes. I am a big fan of that. The barricades don't need the mesh. They do have them. Some of the creators don't. Or actually do. Symmetry. It's not symmetrical, no. So like, on one side of the map you have obstacles that are defense lined, defensible, and unstable positions. And then on the other side you've got nothing. Dude, can you explain to me how litanies work? Sure. Litanies are they're called, okay, so litanies are prayers that chaplains can use. You would roll a 1d6, and I believe on a 3-up or a 4-up, it goes off, and then you get to use the ability. Some chaplains have they have multiple litanies, and some of them can actually do more than one litany per turn, but yeah. It's basically like a psychic power, but on 1d6. It goes off, and then you get the ability. So, that's the quickest way I can explain it. So, I don't know, man. I'm not a huge fan of this map. It's on a 3-up. Yep. No problem. Thank you for that correction, Ronan. Yeah, I'm not sold. No offense to the map maker. I appreciate his time, and I do like some things that are going on this map. Like, what I think really went well is that it does kind of simulate an ITC map. It does give me ITC vibes. However, it doesn't have the symmetry of an ITC map. We have, very obvious. It's more advantage to be on this spot. It's very plain to see. Whoever chooses deployment first is going to choose this side. The mesh work could be better. We have craters, which I can fix just right here. So, you could just fix it by replacing that. So, you could probably do it on the obstacles as well if they aren't acid bundles. They aren't. So, slightly off topic question. What's the general opinions about old school Marines getting 2 wounds? Good, bad, indifference? I always thought that old school Marines were gonna get like legends out of the game. Like, I really thought that the direction that they were going was to obsolete old Marines. Just because everything is being updated to the Primaris models, everything is being updated to the standards of the Primaris. The transports are Primaris only. Some psychic powers are Primaris only. I thought that the fact that they're getting an additional wound is great for the model. What are they going to do? Are they going to give a +1 wound to the Primaris too? Because I always thought that was justified by the Primaris being, Primaris. And so now you're saying that Tactical Marines who don't have the new gene seed in the build are like, what are they do? Are they so old Marines are just going to be like basically Primaris profile now? Depends on whether or not they also increase Primaris. Right, because if you're going to give +1 wound to Tactical Marines, then you're going to have to give +1 wound to Primaris. Otherwise, it's not really going to make too much sense. Old Marines are going to get replaced anyway. Yeah, I thought that's what Primaris were for. Like, I thought that they were trying to update. But I also thought that it was weird. The way they went about doing it is so weird. Three wound troops is a bit much. Yeah, 3 wounds. 3 wounds. That is insane. That's not gonna fly. Because what if other 3 wound models, like, what about Custodes? Custodes have 2 wounds each on their infantry, don't they? Or is it 3 wounds? Maybe it's 3. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly. Is it the Shield brothers? They have 3 wounds or 2 wounds each? Because you have to kind of look at the big picture. Like, it's a very big change if they're actually doing that. Like, if you're increasing the wound characteristics of such a like baseline model that's been around forever, like it's not a new profile, right? Primaris are new profiles. Like, those are relatively new in terms of a thing, but you're just bumping up Tactical Marines and old Marines +1 wound, then you have to look at everything, right? So if you're gonna give +1 wound to Tactical Marines, then it kind of makes sense to give +1 wound to Primaris, because there's supposed to be a distinguishment between the fact that Primaris are more durable, they're larger, they're more equipped, like they are more up to date on their armor and weapons. They're the new Marines, right? Better than ever, right? Old Marines are like, Robot Boy, and then new Marines are like Iron Man. So, and then if you do give Tactical Marines +1 wound, how do you make the distinguishment between the profiles of the Primaris in comparison? That is very important. And so if you're gonna say, okay, well, Primaris are more durable and more bigger, so they get +1 wound. Now we're having a situation where it's like, okay, well, let's compare that to other factions of the Imperium. Like, why are Primaris this damn tanky compared to, like, say, Custodes, who are the super engineered, big boy elite boys? Like, it's very intrusive. I want to make an orc army for the lulz. I mean, for the lulz is a good measurement for orcs. I'm pretty sure you make any list and it's going to be a fun list with orcs. So let me is called Downtown. Oh, okay. So this is Pigsy's map. Ugh, I can't even spell. Barricades. Obstacles. I can spell that, right? Low complexity. Standard Space Marines shouldn't have the same number of wounds of a Grey Knight Terminator. Yeah. Yeah, Grey Knights. But dude, think about what that can mean for Grey Knights though. Like, I think Grey Knights should get +1 wound only. Change my mind. I don't know. I think that if you're going to be introducing +1 wounds to tactical Marines, then you need to kind of look at the big picture as to what that looks like in every faction. It's not a small change. It's very intrusive. It's a very big change. It is a huge change, which means they will have greater scope to screw everything up. It's a big change. But it's... honestly, this is really the result of several bad decisions. Like, look, if you were going to just update the models, like if you were trying to update Space Marines, right? Then you should have just introduced these new models as the new models for Space Marines. You didn't have to go into Primaris. You didn't have to like make basically a sub-faction, in my opinion. Like, it's everything has an equivalent in Primaris, right? You have Tactical, which is the equivalent to an Intercessor, right? You have Assault Marines, Assault Intercessors. You have, you know, all these different models. They could have just been new models for the faction, and then you wouldn't have yourself in such a weird spot right now. Like, now they're like, oh man, Tactical Marines are really weak. There's no real Termi equivalent as of yet. What about Aggressors? I don't know. I feel like maybe Death Guard Terminators are I think Death Guard Terminators is what baseline Terminators should be, with like +1 toughness and +1 wound. Aggressors can't deep strike. That's true. Chaos update book when? Don't hold your breath. I think Gravis armor is supposed to be the Termi to Primaris. It's like a 4-inch movement, right? I would really have to look at the profiles. I don't know. I'm not really looking forward to Fulgrim. I am looking forward to Aggron. Like, World Eaters... I feel like World Eaters needs the Death Guard treatment next. It makes sense. They're in a really weird spot right now that isn't very good for what they are. And they actually still have a Primarch that's alive. Night Lords. I mean, I'm down. You know, Night Lords is fine as its own separate faction. Maybe one day. Who knows? It's a 5 up. 5 movement, 5-inch movement. Toughness 5. See, this is a Terminator profile, a Death Guard Terminator profile. They should just retcon the old Marines. It's missing the 2-up save. Yeah, I know. Hey, but a Captain Terminator armor has a 2-up save. Toughness 4. So Gravis and Captain in Gravis armor has 1 more wound, 1 less save, same invuln, save movement, save weapon and ballista skill, and 1 more toughness than a Captain in Terminator armor. But isn't it interesting that the Captain in Terminator armor has a 2-up save, while the Captain in Gravis armor has a 3-up? I mean, I understand. So I'm pretty progressive when it comes to this kind of topic. I'm sorry. I am a very progressive person when it comes to GW's treatment of the factions, right? So I agree with having humanity be painted in this, like, you know, noble, bright, good guys aspect, because they're humans, right? They're humans, and people are more likely going to identify and relate more to good guys and non-aliens than any other faction. So it makes sense that, you know, they're the human faction, right? So, you know, a person who doesn't know what Warhammer 40k is going to walk by a store window and is going to see a Space Marine. with his helmet off, and he's like, oh, that's a human, right? And so what better, I mean, how would you associate something that's relatable to someone? Would you want them associated and colored in a negative light? Like, these are kind of not the good guys, by the way, guys? Or would it make more sense to depict them as heroes, right? In a marketing standpoint, it makes more sense to depict these really cool, really relatable Marines as heroes, right? And it's gonna have people identify it with. It would make more sense to me to depict everyone as the bad guys. Well, you know, to you maybe that makes more sense. You probably do a lot of lore, but like, you know, in a user experience lens, it makes more sense to have something relatable and depict it as good, right? It makes perfect sense to do it for marketing's perspective, and I actually agree with it. I think that people who see these Space Marines looking all cool are gonna be like, oh wow, what's that about, you know? And if we're talking about, you know, the good of the hobby, right? That's an excellent thing. We want people picking up the hobby as much as possible. It's how the hobby grows. It's how GW also expand. Like, and we want GW to continue making Warhammer 40k stuff, right? So it makes sense that that's how they would go. That doesn't mean that everybody is gonna immediately, you know, make, like, maybe the first time around they're like, oh man, those are really relatable hero guys, I'm gonna go pick that army up. You know, maybe they get into it, and then maybe they see Chaos Space Marines and they're like, oh man, you know, this looks cooler to me, right? So it's just it's an entryway into the hobby, right? It's the very first, it's a poster, right? It's not the content, right? Because you're not going to have a poster that's going to be the content. Like, that's not the whole story, but it's meant to attract people. It's meant to draw interest. It's meant to get someone thinking about what that thing is. Right, and that's I like the starter sets that they made. I was a big fan of the 8th edition starter fans. I love Dark Imperium. Primaris Marines versus Death Guard. It was very, you know, if someone wanted to relate with the bad guys, you had that there. If someone wanted to relate with the humans, you had that there. If someone wanted to relate with more grotesque and alien things, you had that there. Or if someone wanted to relate to heroic humans, you had that there. So I loved it. I like those chaos, like Imperium versus Chaos kind of things. What's better, Cataphracti or Tartaros Terminators? I think the Tartaros are better. Fair points, I'd say. I feel that the newer players are expecting a bright game, and when they find out that everything is grimdark, it puts them off. I think I definitely feel like I still feel like in the new elements of the story. By the way, I'm not caught up on anything of the lore. I do actually want to catch up on the lore. But I think that the grimdarkness is still there, but I think that there's a lot of Noble Bright going on. And so Noble Bright is a great thing to have, especially for new people. I think you can, with Grimdark, there can be Noble Bright, and with Noble Bright, there can be Grimdark, right? But if it's only just Grimdark, then you have a sense of nothing really, like, there's no, like, if everything is grim and everything is depressing and everything is just, you know, it seems kind of pointless. Like, You know, it's a very entropic message. That's why when we get the Noble Bright feels so much brighter, right? So I'm a big fan of when they bring back heroes of legends like Robert Gilliman or Belisarius Cawl. Like, a lot of people in the lore hate that. They hate that aspect of the lore. They hate Primaris Marines. They hate Belisarius Cawl. They hate Gilliman. I don't know. I find it to be something really to get hyped behind. You know, but I'm not a super old veteran player. Like, 7th edition is the earliest that I've gotten into this hobby. 8th edition is where most of it was for it with me, and I've played more games in 9th edition than I have in 8th, which is pretty bizarre. But it's so much more hypeful. Like, if I know that something big's gonna happen where a hero returns, man, I'm gonna be so much more hyped about that event than I am if the regular entropic message of grimdark, everything's gonna die, everything's gonna be destroyed, book that comes out. Like, we've already heard that story. Like, we already know grimdark is the thing. Like, we already know that everything is falling to shit and then everything's gonna die, right? But when something comes out that's like, man, this is something new that just happened, like the wheels of fate have been broken, there's hope again, like, I can get behind that. There's a big hype factor to that. 40k was always about big personalities. The Primarchs were something we all wanted forever. I don't mind Primarchs and others coming back, but they have to be super specific about which ones. Horus, Sanguinius, and Ferrus cannot come back, otherwise the story is null and void in the technical sense. So, okay, you're probably talking to one of the only people that actually believe Sanguinius is going to be coming back. Like, maybe not as he was, but I've been following the books series for Devastation of Baal, and there is a build-up of some kind of something coming from that is Sanguinius levels. So maybe it's not Sanguinius per se, but maybe it's a, and on Reddit people are starting to talk about this again. Like, there is something going on in the lore with Mephiston, Dante, and I don't know if they're going to be introducing anything else to it, but and the Sanguinor, there's something going on with that, and I'm really hyped for it. I know, like, everybody's going to be saying, people are going to be like crying that, oh, Sanguinius should never come back because, his sacrifice would mean nothing and Blood Angels would be nothing. I have an argument against that. My argument is that if something doesn't actually happen with the Blood Angels, well, then the Blood Angels themselves would be, they would disappear, because the Black Rage is consuming them in higher rates than ever before. There's signs of the Black Rage we know now for a fact that the Black Rage is actually affecting the Primaris Blood Angels. So that hope of the new gene seed of the Blood Angels from the Primaris being a hope, that's gone now. So, like, if we kind of follow the stories of the Blood Angels, we're gonna hit an end point, right? And so then Sanguinius sacrifices really is that vein. Like, there really was no point. I think they can do it in a very flavorful way. I think they can do it in a tasteful manner that preserves somewhat of the sacrifices that Sanguinius made, because Sanguinius was supposed to be the embodiment, like, of every single Primaris, or not Primaris, but Primarch, who had a special embodiment of the Emperor, right? Sanguinius was the embodiment of all of the Emperor's qualities. He was the most promising of all his sons, like, definitely not the favorite, right? He was a favorite, but not as favored as Horus, obviously. But he was the embodiment of all the qualities of the Emperor. And, you had Gilliman, who had the statesmanship and the governance of the Emperor. You had, you could just kind of keep going on with that. but Sanguinius was the embodiment of everything that was considered good of the Emperor, and so he sacrificed himself and to help save the Imperium, right? So what if we bring him back, which is kind of like what's being implied in some of the newer novels of the series for Devastation of Baal. What if we bring him back and he's not the same, right? He's no longer the embodiment of the Emperor, right? But then we have a new piece on the board that is for the Imperium that is able to confront threats like demon primarchs and demons, greater demons, and whatever madness is out there. Like, if a Sanguinius came back, Sanguinius was already kind of considered one of the more powerful primarchs and more psychically gifted. Maybe not as much as Magnus, but he was certainly a psyker, a very strong psyker. If he did come back, he would be a very, very powerful force. It makes more sense to me that if they're going to bring back a Primarch, they would bring back a Primarch that isn't going to be useless. So Gilliman was probably hands down one of the best Primarchs to bring back, just because the state of the Imperium, what the state of the Imperium is, it needs a statement. It needs a governance. Like, the governance has decayed. That was the point. They brought him back so that he can pull back the Imperium back on its path. And it made more sense. Even though Gilliman is not as powerful and will never be as powerful as Demon Primarchs, right? He still has a role to play. Versus, like, bringing back Khan or bringing back the Lion or Vulcan. Like, what qualities that these Primarchs actually have that are going to actually contribute to the Imperium as a whole? Like, the Lion's not a statement. He's not as good at governing and empire building as Gilliman, so he's not really going to be helping too much there. He may be a powerful Primarch, but I mean, a loyalist Primarch is never going to be as strong as a demon Primarch. What's Khan gonna do? Khan was a fearsome warrior, and he liked, going on campaigns. But I mean, like, what are these Primarchs gonna actually contribute for the Imperium? There's not really much. But if Sanguinius came back, I feel like he would contribute in a way where it's like he's able to confront the crazy ass forces of chaos that are coming out. There's so many, like, Chaos Primarchs that are still alive. Alright, and I also believe that there needs to be some kind of event for Blood Angels that stops them from being obliterated. And currently there's no event like that. They're currently all dying and succumbing to the Black Rage. So, but yeah, I mean, I get the argument. I get it. Russ needs to come back from his pub crawl too. But how could they remove the Black Rage without removing Death Company? Well, maybe they don't remove it. Maybe the Black Rage, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of event that makes it so that the Black Rage can be used properly. Like, maybe the Black Rage doesn't turn them into monsters, but there's a lot of different things that could be done with that. Fulgrim, Agron, and Russ need to come back. I really don't think there's much Russ could contribute to the Imperium at large, other than go to another warp chase or something. he would literally come back from the he would literally come back from the Eye of Terror to just go back to the Eye of Terror for some reason. He's like, oh, I don't know. Then again, it's very opinion. Like, this is my opinion. But one thing's for certain is that there's a lot of things happening with Blood Angels, and it seems to be pointing at Sanguinius. Like, how different is Russ's contribution to Sanguinius? Well, when we talk about Primarchs and what they can contribute, there's very few Primarchs that have a ability to do something other than martial prowess, right? So, like, I think someone mentioned that the Lion was a master strategist, right? Gilliman is a statesman / governor. He's the best at what he does out of all his brothers. I feel like Sanguinius would be a direct counter to Aggron at this point. Well, I think that there's Primarchs. So, see, if Sanguinius' soul was put into Dante's body, I'd be fine with that, but not physically resurrecting him. Like, yeah, he doesn't have to necessarily be brought back to what he was before, and I think that that's an excellent compromise, where he's basically still dead, but he's back in the sense that, you know, he's back. Hey, you guys showed my Wintry Woods map on stream, but it was an older version. The rocks have been removed and the woods repositioned in newer iteration. Now I'm curious if my updates aren't pushing through. Hey, welcome to stream, bud. Yeah, we took a look at your map. I'm a big fan. Sanguinius is like 40k Jesus. His sacrifice, it's a core point in the history. Yeah, that's true. But you know what else Jesus has done? He's been resurrected. So if he's Space Jesus, then he's bound to come back. Well, okay, so we have to look at, like, okay, so these other Primarchs, right? Like Khan, Vulcan, I mean, who else? The Lion, like these Primarchs, Lehman Russ, these Primarchs are known mostly for their martial prowess, right? Like, they wouldn't really contribute much other than leading, forces and martial prowess, right? My argument is that martial prowess does not matter in the face of a traitor Primarch. A traitor Primarch will always beat a loyal Primarch in one-on-one combat. Like, demon Primarchs are very much regular Primarchs, but soup the fuck up on warp powers. Like, countless times in the story we've seen individuals be empowered by chaotic energies and be able to do things that normally would not be able to happen. Like, Horus was able to literally beat the shit out of the Emperor. I think he ripped off his arm. Like, he really messed up the Emperor. Normally would not have been able to do that, but because he was under the influence of chaotic powers, he was actually able to become possibly even stronger than the Emperor in a lot of capacities. Look at the fight that occurred with the Lion and Luther, right? When Luther was actually able, who isn't even a real space marine, mind you. Like, he was not a space marine. Like, he didn't have the gene seed. Like, this is like a regular dude with some very minimal amounts of augmentation, who is actually able to go one-on-one with a fucking Primarch, right? And beat him, right? Lion got beat by Luther. We know this, right? It was only when Luther realized what the fuck he was actually doing that he actually snapped out of it, right? So my point here is that demon Primarchs, these are the ultimate threats to Imperium. Like, they are quite threatening to the Imperium. They are much more powerful than regular Primarchs, right? A Sanguinius returning, not quite as what he was before, but as a more powerful being, which is what's being implied, would actually be able to meet and confront these greater threats of chaos. That's my point. Sure, Sanguinius also lost to a pre-demon Primarch, so you're adding martial prowess that isn't inherent. Well, he was considered one of the stronger Primarchs. Like, he was able to single-handedly defeat a greater demon, right? And again, you know, this is a very powerful individual. So, him being able to come in and take on these threats, I feel like would be a much more valuable thing to the Imperium than it is for someone who's really good at raiding, or someone who is just regularly, you know, just martial prowess Primarch. Who are you referring to, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Who did he lose to?
So I got your shipment of dildos here. Would you like to pick these up at the normal place, or?
Horus. Alright, so, I mean, you're comparing Horus, who was quite possibly the stronger Primarch that I would concede on, but Horus is gone now. This is why, and this is why I'm a big fan of the way that they're building up this resurrection. Like, they're implying that there's things that were at play even when Sanguinius was around. You're giving him abilities than he had previously. I have not done that, sir. I've literally cited the abilities that he was able to do before. Like, Sanguinius, in fact, did kill a greater demon. No other Primarch did that, right? I'll concede on the point that maybe he wasn't the greatest Primarch, but he certainly wasn't. He wasn't a Lemon Russ. He wasn't like he was a strong Primarch. Like,
is this a lore day?
Huh?
Is this a lore day?
What's lore day?
I don't know. I was just talking about lore, chilling.
Oh yeah. This is lore. It's a lore thing. Sanguinius beat that greater demon with a broken bat. I mean, come on. I mean, you know, like, you know, I could go back and look at some of the things that made Sanguinius good. But I mean, we can't deny the build up. The build up is happening. I honestly think that if they do bring him back, he would be a warp entity, something even stronger than any normal Primarch could ever be.
Yo, where's my man? Where he at?
Yo, are you talking about Chewie?
Chewie's not here, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
I miss Chewie.
Well, I did take a break for like 24 days.
True. Hashtag bring back Chewie. I'm actually about to go to the gym. I just wanted to say what's up for a little bit.
What's up? Yep. I was actually about to go ahead and. You guys want to raid someone who's streaming games? I'm not against him coming back. I disagree that he'd be any more impactful than any of the others, though. Well, if he comes back, I don't think he's going to be coming back as his regular self, though. If he comes back, I think he's going to be more of like a warp entity. Something that is a force of nature. Kind of like how the Sanguinor is, like the embodiment of his. He's very much, in fact, a warp entity. And, you know, a space marine that is capable of crazy ass shit. Not necessarily like a regular space marine. I think if he comes back, he's gonna be more whole than he's ever been. But then again, I don't think he's gonna be the same, right? Because in the lore, it's implied that even these angels have been kind of at play forever, and that these are fragments of something larger that is Sanguinius, but also have been present since Sanguinius was born. So there's like some weird time loop shit going on here, and like it's implied that there needs to be a fusing of entities to create one greater. And like, dude, you gotta I think it goes read up on Darkness in the Blood. What about the theory that Ferris is part of Legion of the Damned? I don't know that one. Couldn't really talk too much on that one. Yeah, what do you guys think of if we had a debate panel for specifically Warhammer lore? I think that would be an excellent content type. Like, what if we had some debates on the lores? Like, was the Emperor a bad father? Or was the Emperor a good person? Right? There can be an argument that the Emperor was the greatest of persons, that his sole goal in life was to embetter the state of humanity at large, right? But then an argument can be made that he wasn't, because the way that he tried to, right? He was very much a means to the end type of person. And, you know, or how about the age-old topic? Did Magnus do anything wrong? Do good people exist in the universe, though? We have one in the main Warhammer Discord. It does pretty well, actually. I'd say go for it, bud. I haven't had to mod in it at all. I think. Well, we're gonna be we'll be doing political debates. We'll have a political debate night. I have a panel that I want to work on. But you know, that's gonna be like, I'm setting that aside. Like, I'm gonna be like, yo guys, this is a debate thing that's gonna be happening once every week at this certain time, and like, if you want to apply for that, that's gonna be available for you. Just because I find politics to be very amusing, and I think that it could be a lot of fun. I'll be moderating it, and we'll get to hear a lot of opinions on it. But I also thought that maybe a non-political kind of Warhammer 40k themed debate might be a very interesting content to have. Like, I myself will not be getting into political debating per se. Like, it would be me moderating and leading the conversation. I've seen great examples of it done well, and I think it could work pretty good. I think politics, the modern day politics, is a very interesting conversation to have, and I think a lot of people feel the same way. I find it interesting, the 40k one, but there are only so many people well versed in the lore. Well, there's a lot of lore, isn't there? I mean, it would be debating in nature. You'd be debating, so citations needed and all that good stuff. But just like asking these kind of questions where it's like, did Magnus do anything wrong, right? Oh, you mean IRL politics? Yeah, we keep that out of the Warhammer 40k server, but we don't tell people you can't think this way. It's good to know we can send people to your server. Yeah, are you from the main 40k server? I will say that there are some philosophical differences between how the main 40k server runs and how I run this server. Yeah. I mean, okay, so when this is kind of like the only thing that I will say. I won't get into deep politics, but I'll talk a little bit about allowing politics on a server, certainly, right? So I think that if it's an opt-in, right, like we've done here on the TTS server, I think it's fine. Like, obviously, these kind of topics, these channels are going to be heated. So there needs to be an understanding that it's not going to be a environment where absolutely nothing is going to happen in terms of people's comments and remarks. Like, just, you know, you're going to have to be a little bit thick-skinned for it. And at any time you can opt out to stop that, right? Because we'll not have these kind of things happening on the other server channels. That being said, there is a bit of an echo chamber in there. There's really just one side in there, but you know, there are some people that have different philosophical views on politics. But I always love hearing a good spicy debate, like, and I don't know, I think it could be fun. Some people have been like, it's a bad idea, it's going to kill the content. I don't think so. I think you can do this kind of content, but, you know, just deal with it tastefully. That's all you need to do. But and people need to understand as well that you know, what the nature of it is. Yeah, since we are a partner with Discord, we actually can't have that, unfortunately. We really don't care how you think, but we can't have it devolve into madness. I love debate too, but we can do it for the greater good. Well, the TTS server is partner too, and there's nothing in the community guidelines against having political channels. The poll channels on Twitch are some of the more fun ones. I agree. I love to see a good. I want to moderate one. This is definitely something I would like to do. But I don't want to base the identity around it for this stuff. It's more how it devolves very easily into insult matches. Well, I think that if people understand initially that that's what it could be, and having like a soft rule of, like, you know, don't overindulge in personal attacks. Like, ad homes are not encouraged, but, you know, recognize that ad homes can be a thing here. Ad homin, sorry. But, you know, it's isolated. If you hold down right click when moving units, disabled auto raise and solve something open. Yeah. I'm sorry, Gar. I don't know if I have your updated map. We actually just saw yours not too long ago. popped in to say hi. Was it Wintry Assault? Wintry Woods, okay. We'll take a look at that now. This looks more or less the same. Ooh, I like that panorama. How'd you do that? One of the criticisms I kind of was talking about was a bit of the collision stuff that was happening in the trees. On this side here. Like, having collision maps for these trees, I feel like, kind of hurt a little bit. But I was a big fan of the buildings. It's just really the trees. Having them be asset bundles is rough since I can't alter the collider. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. It's just that when you have such a large element like that, and you know, it's I understand it's supposed to be like a an obstructing kind of thing, but just kind of placing things around it is kind of a pain. And so, like, without a collision map there, without a collision, you can place it very easily, but also not have it, but also factor in the fact that it's obstructing. You know. But that's pretty much the only thing I could really find. Otherwise, it's a very good map. Trees 100% should be no collision. Yeah. Suspect Sushi hosted the stream for one viewer. Thank you, Suspect. Hey, when you're done with the gym, are we gonna play some Ashes Remnant? Add some channel rewards. What are you talking about? I don't know what that is. Getting really tired of, we'll show you the data slate except for the most important part. What are you talking about? Kingfisher? I'm trying to start figuring out my list, and I can't buy anything before I know what the points on the snake tank are.
Darn, I knew I should have gotten off before 12. Hi everyone.
Do you guys want to see someone paint?
Deeply appreciate it. Two dorks, one brush. That's funny because I wanted to raid you.
I can't find anybody who's actually playing games.
You were on my radar to go raid.
Hey Neri, are you gonna be streaming?
I'm not ready to find someone to read out to because they usually end at 12. I feel terrible. I'm so sorry.
Not tonight. Okay.
Getting base coat.
I'd be down to see some painting. Okay. This seems like a cool stream. When can we sign up for alpha? Check out the announcement post in the news channel for the Discord. It's got all the information you need there. Alrighty, boys. Try to be interactive in there, huh? Represent the TTS community, huh?
TTS Warhammer, thank you so much for the raid. I was just about to end, and then I got raided, and then I was about to end it again, and then you raided me. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for coming in. I do deeply appreciate it. Tonight I was working on my first 40k model. Yeah, so we've got some base coats and some blending down. A little grungy. Yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm Zambies. Hi, everyone. Yeah. This is built a base for him, and we're working on the pack. And this guy.